Yeah, I had to refresh it. Right, just bear with me one sec. I've not sat down. I need to just grab a drink. Right. Oh, hold on. I've still got drum and bass coming in my ears. Oh, it's warm. It's warm. Not seen me in a vest before. Well, I'm not wearing anything. I'm sorry, it's too hot. No, it's not too hot. I'm hot. You know. You'll never hear me moan about the heat. Hello, Lorna. How you doing, sweetheart? So yeah, I've just fit quite a lot into the last hour and a half. So fucking hell, man. Could anyone any good at tidying up? Do you want a job? Hello, 4x4 fella. Good to see you there, brother. There is a good watch called The Agenda. It's 2 hours long. I've heard about that. In fact, we watched it, haven't we, Lana? Yeah, we watched it, mate. It's in fact, if you go into the post this is what I'm saying. Not many people check the post section, and it's a shame because I put some really, really juicy stuff in there. And I put the agenda in the post section about 2 weeks ago for people to watch. But yeah, very, very, very good. Yeah, a lot of stuff we already knew, but there were little bits that we didn't know, and it was very, very, very well sewn together. You know, whoever put that documentary together was very, very talented. Very talented. Yeah, well, generally speaking, 4x4 fella, we don't miss a trick, but we do miss some stuff, you know, and there's some stuff that's been pointed out by you guys that I've not watched, and I've watched, or a channel that you recommended, and I've gone in and had a look at that channel, and yeah, subbed straight in there. Yeah, and if anyone gets a chance, you know, we've got 7 people in the chat. If no one's, you know, if not everyone's watched The Agenda, please watch it. It's really, really good. Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Nah, I'm all right. Cheers. I haven't got an Xbox. Oh, but yeah, it's every now and then you'll watch a documentary and you just captivated, you know. Like I've mentioned in a few videos about Jason Bermas. Yeah, he's made some cracking documentaries that woke a lot of people up, especially Loose Change, the final cut, which was pretty much around 9/11, and that was years ago. He made that years ago, you know, ahead of his time, and being heavily censored on YouTube, and YouTube's his bread and butter. So trying to stay within the guidelines just so he can make a bit of an income. But then you know, he doesn't. His channel's not monetized. He just relies on people donating. You know, this is getting long to it. You know, at some point, yeah. What if it goes like Velcro on my pubic hair? Imagine not being able to untangle it and panicking, passing out because you just panicked so much. because your beard is stuck in your pubes, and then you wake up in a hospital, you know, in a corridor like that, still attached, waiting to be seen. You've been there for 6 hours. Oh my God. I think tonight's going to be an interesting one. They made some good ones off YouTube. Yeah. I'm sure they may die suddenly as well. Well, I think, yeah, maybe. I knew you would, Lana. It's worth, you know, the sad thing is that, I mean, I'm relatively new to X, so I've only got about a handful of people following me out on X. Whereas you've got a lot more. So you've got more reach, and all the people that you're going to be following and who are following you are all going to be in the same sort of mindset, you know? So it's easy for you to share it 100 times. I think it's really quite difficult for most of us, you know? I mean, sometimes I've looked into right, this is really good. Who can I send it to? And I've picked certain people, and I've just thought, you know, is that it? Really? Is that it? I'm sure I'm not the only one. Yeah. Oracle Films. Yeah, that does ring a bell. Yeah, I remember it coming up at the start of the documentary. Yeah. Yeah. Impressive. And anything that helps, anything that's kind of watchable and put together like that, if you could just get someone that might just be coming around a little bit, just to pay attention for more than 10 minutes, it would open their eyes and open their minds. You know, we all started somewhere. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, stuff like that is good if it's put together properly, really, really well, you know, so it keeps you engaged. I mean, people like us, we're going to be more engaged with it anyway because of what we know, you know. Well, there are people out there that don't know anything, you know. The world has just gone back to pre-2019 for a lot of people. It's mad, absolutely mad. You couldn't make this shit up. And a lot of people that woke up because of COVID have now gone back to pre-2019. But not for long. Not for long. They'll soon fucking wake up. But yeah. There's. I watched this video on YouTube, and it was theorizing that 50% of people on Earth haven't got a soul. And then you've got the other 50% that are on a sliding scale of awareness. And the ones that are towards the top end are empaths. And it's a blessing and a curse in absolute equal measures. You know, the proper yin yang. Because it's too much to explain, really. It's worth looking into stuff like that. It just opens your mind a little bit. Remember, parachute. The amount of truth info now out there over the past 5 years, anyone waking up now will have a massive download, but they will also have too much truth to doubt if they just look. Yeah, exactly. You know, I felt like going around to loads and loads of people, right, and hypothetically doing what that woman did in the back of that Jeep to that professor in the first Jurassic Park film. look. But instead of dinosaurs, it's a depopulation event. I prefer to see dinosaurs. Oh dear, you've got to laugh. If you could switch back to before you knew anything, would you do it? Absolutely not. No. I've come far too far. There's been way too much fucking effort gone into this for me to turn back now. I'm full steam ahead, mate. And I think a lot of other people are as well. Ike worked me up in 1992. I mean, that's early, that is, Lana. That's a lot of fucking information to research and take in over that period of time. You know? That's a long time. 23 years of building up. I don't think I scratched the surface with your brain, Lana. You know? Yeah, I mean, little bits throughout my life, you know, that I've questioned where other people haven't questioned, but not too noticeable. It was 5 years ago, then bang, for me. And I think that stands for the vast population, I think, of people that are on that journey of seeing, you know. I think something happened in, well, it was a big jolt to the entire planet, you know, bullshit or not, it was still a jolt. It's changed everything. How old are you, 4x4 fella, if you don't mind me asking? Fucking hell. I pictured you as a pot-bellied, bald ear, but really thick, bushy white hair all around there, because you refuse to have a full skinhead. I like this bald bit, that sort of man, you know, who's just got like 4 Land Rovers all in parts, so you can build up perfect Land Rover. That's how I envisage you. And you're 29. So the polar opposite of what I envisage, mate, you know. With lots of tractor driving experience, you know. It's still there, mate. I can't make you look any younger in my head. Do you know what? You know, not drinking every night now makes you really appreciate a drink on a Friday night. It does. You appreciate it more. You appreciate anything that you enjoy that you do less of. Otherwise you just take stuff for granted. Then that's the enjoyment is gone because you're just taking it for granted. It's just normal, you know. And that applies to every aspect of life, not just triple vodka, apple juice, and tonic water, which is glorious. I'm actually considering putting some ice in there and treating myself, you know, because for 85% of the year you don't need ice cubes in your drink in this country. I bet I'm the only one that's still got an old school ice cube tray, right? Where it's a bastard to get the ice out of it. Just a bastard. You know? But I refuse to get rid of it because it's still functional. I can't throw useful shit away if it still does the job. You just have to get a bit of fucking steam out of you bastard. So by the time you finish getting the ice out, you're like, whew, that's better. And then you get to enjoy the ice. You know, loads of silver linings there. Loves me a silver lining, me. I can drive trucks, and I do move a combine harvester. A combine harvester? Are you being serious? Fuck me. You know, that's just not something anyone I've ever met has ever done. It's you know, if I knew how to do that, because I can't be anything but honest, you know. And I just said just said, you know, I was on a combine harvester all day today. I'd be really fucking impressed with that. I am impressed. These things are massive. And but so you've got a real sort of insight into modern farming practices, and they're not good. They're not good at all. So much room for improvement. You know, it'll take a bit more effort, but going back to better, there are much better ways. You know, the reason that the food isn't growing properly is because there's no nutrients in the soil. You know, until they spray human shit all over it. They just need a good permaculture. You know what I mean? And it stays in the soil. It stays in it as long as you don't dig it over. No dig. Don't dig it over. You know, make it as healthy as you possibly can. Give it a proper boost, a good kickstart, and that will just, all of the goodness in that will keep going into your veg and into your fruit every year. It replenishes itself. You know, it's an absolute no-brainer, and it can be done on a mass scale. It's so important. We've got to stop spraying stuff with stuff. There's a lot we need to stop. Where am I? Hello, Ray. How you doing? I like the way you call me Mr. T all the time, you know. Yeah. I've only been called Mr. T once regularly. And that was by a woman with Down syndrome. And that's not meant to be a joke. It's the truth. When I worked for Mencap, she used to call me Mr. T. So anyway, oh dear. It's never too hot, Ray. Never too hot. Bask in it. Just bask in it. Just, you know, the only shit thing about today is that it's been hot. Well, there's been no sun. You know, I'm like a fucking solar panel. The more sun I get, the more active I am. So having all this heat with no sunshine, it's shit. But hopefully, you know, the skies will clear tomorrow. A few chemtrails will just dissipate, and we'll get a bit of sunshine. Might catch some rays, get a bit of colour on my skin. Lobsters on South Beach because he's been out there and he fell asleep on his sunbed. Him fall asleep again. Stupid white man. All he had was one thin layer of coconut oil all over his body, and him fell asleep. Now, him sunburned all the way down, just on one side of his body. Red raw on one side, whites on the other side. Now they call him two-tone Terry. Oh my God, I don't even know where the Jamaican accent came from. I didn't even know I could do that. Where am I? Oh, I've done modern and traditional. Spent last year 4 months on a traditional farm. That must have been an experience, mate. Like proper contrast. I don't think that many farmers actually get the opportunity to do that. You know, they're just so hammered. A lot of them, most of them, are so hammered into the ground by the government that all they can do is just mass produce shit just to stay on top of things. But I think it would be a real eye-opener for all farmers to see other practices, better ways of doing things, better practices, you know, which could mean less complicated machinery as well, you know, which could mean cheaper. It's all doable. It's all completely doable. Enough to feed everyone, you know. Anyway, we just used horse manure on all new beds we created. See, that's what I'm saying. You know, horses don't just shit at the end of harvest season. They don't just stop shitting. And cows don't stop shitting. Pigs don't stop shitting. Chickens don't stop shitting. They all carry on shitting, you know. So that's a lot of build up ready for harvest time to put back out in the fields again. It's about balance. It's all so doable, and I know that you'll know that 4x4 fella. Yeah, you broaden your mind, you know. Not that it needed broadening. You are my Mr. T. I give everyone a nickname. I like the way you said, I give everyone nickname instead of I give everyone a nickname. So now I'm reading that in Chinese. You are my Mr. T. I give you everyone nickname. Oh man, we used to order from a Chinese up the road. I like the Chinese accent. Yeah, it makes me chuckle, you know, not in a disrespectful way. So we used to order a Chinese, and we'd ring ahead, and I'd go and pick it up because it's only like 5 minutes around the corner. And I'd put it on loudspeaker just for Sal, because Sal loved it because she couldn't pronounce minute, right? It won't sound much now, but she used to crack up. So you do your order, and she go, okay, 10 minuet. 10 minuet. And I used to crack her up every time, you know, loved it. Hello, Annie. How you doing? And Humble Hearts Homestead. Right, guys, I know that there'll be people watching this on a replay, you know. If you can go over to Hearts, so HART, comma S, not comma, apostrophe S, Hearts Humble Homestead. She's just started off a channel, a prepping channel, a couple of weeks ago. So it's a brand new channel, and she's got 3 videos on there, and they're really well edited, and you know, it's got a nice, wholesome, homey, lovely feel about it, you know, an air of authenticity as well, which is quite rare, you know. So if you don't mind, please go over and show us some love. It's a lovely channel with lots and lots of promise. You know, it's shining already. And she's only 3 videos in. I sent her a message on a channel, and I was so close to going a bit blue in the comments because of that live stream about cockerels and retired cockerels having one of those rubber chicken things that squeak, you know, because it's retired but it's still got needs. Do you remember all that? So yeah, Hearts Humble Homestead. I nearly went blue on your comment section, but out of respect, I mentally retracted it and put something nice instead. It was going to be nice anyway. And you're very welcome. What's your name, if you don't? Oh, Kirsty. Nice to meet you, Kirsty. And lovely. You got a lovely channel, lovely, and a nice, very, very chilled out, lovely voice as well, which helps, because I think it would definitely make a difference if you sounded like Vera, you know. Frank, what? Have I got an horrible voice or what? Or have I got a voice like an angel? Like an angel. I know. If you sounded like that, I might hovered over the subscribe section of your channel, hovered for quite some time. But you haven't. You've got a lovely voice, like an angel. Our local Chinese chippy used to say, "Saw finger." we do some proper stereotyping tonight, aren't we? I did a Jamaican bloke a minute ago. Fuck knows where that came from. Yeah, I'll be listening to that back because I think that'll make me laugh. But yeah, some proper stereotypes going on, or some proper stereotypes. Aguan. I prefer aguan to again. And instead of saying like we would in the Queen's English, it would be, "What's going on?" And then in Nottingham, it's, "What's going on?" In Scotland, it'll be, "What's going on?" Oh, that's more Irish. But Jamaican is what? Aguan. You know? So, and you can use that in so many different areas of your life. Just saying hello to someone, Wagwan. As you're walking past them, they'd feel instantly chilled out. I would. If someone said Wagwan to me as they were passing me on a nice sunny summer's day, I'd be like, thoroughly nice chap. Nice chap. Where am I? Har. I can speak, man. Mandarin. You see, my next door neighbour. Oh, I shouldn't really say this live on a live. But me and Sarah, she's a Chinese lady, married to an Englishman. And then they're all right. They're all right now. We've had our moments, you know. But generally, they're all right. They're all right. Nice neighbours. But Sal used to, every now and then when she's had a couple of glasses of wine, she'd call her Ting Tong Tina because it had like a ring to it. You know, Tina, Ting Tong Tina. Oh, the Chinese lady. Oh, right, yeah, the neighbour. Yeah, that Tina, Ting Tong Tina. But yeah, you know, and there's certain languages where they haven't got certain letters that we have in their alphabet, so they don't pronounce them, you know. And why do Americans pronounce the word herbs, which is I think that's a very English word to say, herbs, you know, not the Americans. Oh, no. We want to be separate from you, right? We want to take your language and a lot of your culture, right? But we want to change a few things about your language so we can make it our own. Like taking you out of colour, little things like that. I forgot where the fuck I was going to go with that. Yeah, you want to pee on fee in chi. You want to pee on fee in chi. Have I just learned Chinese? Have I? Is that Chinese for I am gullible? You see, there's another Chinese further down the road, right? And we ended up going there because everything from this one just tasted like salt. It was like, this is a different type of salt. Try some of my salt. Your salt's just as salty, but yeah, it's all salt. That's it. Might as well have just been sat there with a big tub of Saxa. So we ended up going down to the one down the road. Mr. King, his name is. Not very Chinesey, I know. But his first name is Juan. Yeah. Put the names together. It took Sal about 5 minutes to get that. But I'm a patient man. Yeah, wanking. Oh dear. Oh, there's a tumbleweed. Happy Friday anyway. Bumberclat. Yeah, I love it. They come out. Do you know what? Look, I'm from Radford, right? When I was growing up, Hyson Green was very Jamaican, right? And this when I was a kid, you know, you'd have to do a rastas walking up and down with spliffs on, you know, massive dreads, really amazing, you know, really amazing dreadlocks. And to be sat outside shops and stuff like that with a massive fucking speaker stereo system, right? They must have gone through about 500 batteries a day because these things were on full blast. And that's how I ended up loving reggae, you know, from Hyson Green. But now it's full of it's become very little Pakistan and little Africa with a little bit of Eastern European in there. So it's lost that Jamaican soul that it had, you know. I loved it. You know, and I remember going down there and there'd be people breakdancing on bits of lino to other massive giant beatboxers. We used to call them Rasta blasters. Yeah. Breakdancing, people breakdancing, you know. No one was going around stabbing each other. What the fuck's happened to the world? Oh, I said a lot of racist things there about black culture. Oh dear. I've not got a problem with anyone of any colour, as long as you're not trying to change our country, you know. With an iron fist. Not happening. Hello, Boho Richie. Carly. You stuck in there. You're like a little fucking ninja. Boho Ninja. That's got a ring to it. I love talking to restaurants in Mandarin. Oh yeah, I wonder if you can speak Mandarin. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can't, but I'd like to think you can because it makes it more interesting. But what a language to learn, and everything's read backwards and up from bottom to the top. You know. Whew. I mean, you could go to certain spots in China, you know, well-known places as a tourist, and go and get a Chinese tattoo done, pissed on sake, right? Isn't sake Japanese? Chinese, Japanese. Anyone remember that? Yeah, get a little Chinese tattoo is like to remember your trip to China. And when you get back home with a sober, straight head, and you go for a Chinese, and you go in there and you go and say, you know what that say on your arm? No, it's saying nonce in Chinese. Oh, that would be an immediate. I need a cover up. When can I get you in? Now. Yesterday. Dirty knees. What are these? That was on the tip of my tongue. It was on the tip of my tongue, but I wasn't sure if it was right, so I didn't say it. But yeah, Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. What are these? I know, but what, Carly? What were these? What are these? What are these? I never got to find out. I found out so much information and expanded my mind so much over the last 5 years that I failed to ask that one key important question in life. The these bit. What does it mean? What are you pointing at whilst you're doing the song? Could be anywhere. If you know, drop it in the chat. Where are we? Just got back from my young lads. I jumped a few. Even a gallon is different there. It's different where. Let me know again, 4x4 fella, and remind me of your name, brother, because I can't. 4x4 fella's going to get more and more difficult to say as the night progresses. I'm sure you've told me once. I'm shit with names. I'm so sorry. So yeah, just got back from my young lads football awards. He won a big award. Proud mama, bit drunk. Good on you. How old you? Because I know you've got like a relatively young and still a toddler. Am I right, Carly? So how old's your oldest? You know, how many you got? He's 9. Oh, yeah. You know, proud moment. You know, seeing your kid achieve stuff like that whilst doing sport as well. You know, it's a good one of the good things about one of the very, very few things that were good about mainstream school was games, was you know, PE, any general exercise, any sport, because it encourages you to become more accepting of a team. That team mentality comes from school sport. So that's one of the things that I would keep in when the current educational system is completely and totally torn down to the ground and rebuilt again. PE is definitely something I would keep in there. But more teachers, pay for more teachers, because you're going to end up with better students knowing the right things, what they need to know instead of what they don't. You know, it makes complete and total logical sense to invest into the future of your country. You know, it's an absolute no-brainer. But it wasn't designed that way, was it? It was designed to make people into little drones. Oh, fucking gorgeous that is, you know. I have apple, then I have orange. Then I have apple, then I have orange. Because variety is the spice of life, and you get a bit of pectin in you. Where are we? What I'm looking up there. Oh, I suddenly forgot where to look. Where are we? But yeah, really, really lovely that, Carly. Yeah, you know, savor all these happy memories with your kids, you know, because they'll be priceless, and keep creating more. Do you want pass on your fish and chips? Pass. Oh, do you want peas on your fish and chips? What the fuck are you talking about, Annie? I have wondered from time to time. I know she hasn't, but I've wondered from time to time if someone's just thrown in a comment in there that's just made me think, what? Oh dear. But yeah, how drunk are you, Carly? You know when you're getting in the back of an ambulance, or you know something happens, it's like on a scale of 1 to 10, what level would you say your pain is? So based on the same sort of system, Carly, on a scale from 1 to 10, 10 being unconscious, where are you as far as being a bit pissed is concerned? Because I'm very curious. Yeah, look at all this, look. And then Lana's going to find a little. But you see, that's another bad thing that they ended up doing to schools, is where it's like, there's no winner. You're all winners. You know, how is anyone going to excel and, you know, feeling inspired to push forward when there's no winners? So no competition. Competition is really, really important for everyone's growth, in my opinion. Healthy competition, you know, not, I'm only a size B cup. I wish I was an F like her, you know, not like that. What an analogy. Fuck knows where that came from. Hello, Matty. I nearly missed you there, brother. My tobacco crops are at different stages, from almost minute to, like, where's that fucking magnifying glass, right? To the kind of circumference of the leaves are probably getting like that now. So it's still tiny. But when I went camping with Michael and Alan, and yeah, he did go through a lot of me going, Alan. There was a bit of that, but I do know where to draw the line, or give it enough time before I start doing it again, you know, which is what I did. What was the question? Yeah, Michael. So anyway, Michael, he bought a set of plugs. So you've got a proper good kickstart there, because the difference between what I'm seeing from one of these seeds in 3 weeks in comparison to what Michael gave me there's a significance, you know. And once they get to what Michael's given me, if you pot them right and then in a forever home, they'll just fucking explode. And that's it, free tobacco. I still don't think I've answered the question. Oh my God. Yeah, how will my tobacco crops go? Right, yeah, so that was it. Sorry, mate. Look, there's never a straight answer. I could have just said the small ones, the sprouts, are still sprouting, and Michael gave me one in a pot that's good to go, got a head start. That's it. But no, round and round the fucking houses. A bit boring of history for you. All the reason the gallon is less in the USA is because our sailors used to drink the whiskey on the way over and told them it was that amount. Oh, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that at all. But I'm learning a lot more about history, and yeah, there's so much information out there. You know, this stuff that we've been told is true, where there's now evidence, like twice as much evidence to counter that. And this was taught in school. You know, it's madness. It's a powerful machine, but it's breaking down. It needs a bit of lube. I'd be quite happy to get some lube on it, this machine. And get some. What's machine sex called? I bet, oh my God, I bet there's actually a name for it. I bet you there's a name for that, because there's a weird name for every crazy fetish. Not that I've got that fetish, because I haven't. Very conventional, you know. But I bet it's out there. I bet it's a niche for some fucker. But yeah, the price of crude's gone up to, is it $80 now? You know, we're going to start seeing that at the pump, when even though there are loads and loads of people out there that are struggling to put fuel in their car anyway. Well, all of this has to happen. It's got to happen. It needs to happen. Klaus Schwab was right about one thing, and that is that we need a great reset, and we do. But it needs to be completely and totally on our terms, and it will be. He won the Parents Award for Best Player, so all the parents voted him off the other players. He won the Parents Award. Fuck me, right? So he's a dad at the age of 9. Wow, that's impressive. I didn't even know that was possible. Oh dear. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah. So there's obviously, so it's obviously not just about. So this is you, Carly. They're obviously not bothered about just the fact that he's good at what he does. He was voted because they like his character, you know, and his character is going to have been as a direct result of his mothering, of his parenting. So that's on you, that, you know, good on you. Good on you. Not everyone's designed to be a mum, and even fewer really, really good ones. I think just people are just lost, you know. I'd say a good 5 easing into 6 will a gin and tonic. 5 easing into 6, but then that's still loose. That is Carly. It's too loose for me, you know. My maths are subpar, right? But the way my brain thinks is you're on a good 5 easing into 6 with a gin and tonic, right? What would you? I mean, I can't imagine that you've got one of these little fucking optics, or have you? It's like, that's 1, that's a 2, that's a perfect double, that is, right? And where's the tonic? And that's it. You've got your drink and you sat here in the chat, right? But you're not going to have one of those that's going to measure a perfect double out. So a 5 and a 6. Are we talking about a 5 and a 6. Are we talking about a broad level, what they give you? Or are we talking a British double? Because the only time you should ever have a British double is when you're in a pub and that's all they do. When you're home, you've got freedom to roam, and that rhymes. Where are we? Good night, brother. And thanks for just dropping by, you know. Good night, and I hope you have a cracking weekend, mate. Have a good weekend. Stay positive. Where are we? On X, there was a post about an Iranian missile en route to Israel that struck an oil facility in Syria instead. You know, I think we're reading. Are we reading from the same page here? You see, that's another thing. You've got the West having a moan because Hamas made tunnels underneath hospitals and schools, right? Israel doing exactly the same, you know. Their main sort of headquarters is smack bang in the middle of Tel Aviv. You know, they've got surface-to-air missiles firing off roofs in the center of Tel Aviv. So you know, it's okay for them to bomb hospitals in Gaza and schools, but if Israel does that to a couple of hospitals and a couple of schools, as in if Iran does that, then they'll be vilified. If Israel does it, it's okay, because every single Western politician has been bought and paid for by Israel. Or whoever it is that's kind of pulling the strings, because Netanyahu's not. He's nowhere near the top of that pyramid. But I'll tell you what, he's an evil cunt. He really is. He's a heartless, horrible, soulless, evil demon bastard. He really is. And whenever I kind of mention stuff about Israel, because I do think it's important, because we are connected. You know, we are providing weaponry. We're providing, your council tax is going towards terrorism. So you're breaking the law. But yeah, it's got its claws in every single Western government across the world. So, and I definitely put that down to work by Mossad. You know, lots of honey traps, lots of this, lots of that. They've got all of these people by the short and hairies. You know, so many people underestimate what Mossad is really all about, and how powerful it is. Anyway, let's go back to having a laugh. Yeah, Ben, that was it. Yeah, 4x4 fella. Yeah, because I remember him telling me, and I said, I hope your surname's not Durr. Oh, Juan King. I thought about going, do you know what? You know, because now I feel like I've got a second wind in my sails, and I just feel like going out and getting up to something that someone affectionately called divilment, which is where you just do naughty little things here and there. No harm to anyone, nothing like that. No distress, no alarm, nothing. You know, just cheeky little things, like going into Asda and just saying, I'm a support worker, and basically I kind of turned around, and the lady that I was with has just disappeared. But I always said to her, and she understands, to if she gets lost, then you come to the main entrance. And so she will do that if you say her name over the tannoy. She'll know to come out, because I'm round looking for her. She's like, we just keep missing each other. And she's got a learning disability. I need to make sure it's safe. And then they turn around to you and go, what's her name? Her name's Salik with a Q. She's half French. What's the surname? Hunt. Right. Can Silly Cunt come to the customer services place? Silly cunt. Any silly cunts, come to the foyer. Silly cunt. She'll be on her way. I'd fucking love to do that. I'm determined to do that. Annie, you could be my partner in crime. You can come down and film it. Yeah. And then we'll upload it. I'll do it. We could do it tomorrow. I'm up for that. I'm fucking bang up for that. I'd love to do that. And Annie can film it. like she's just looking at I don't know, a fucking Peppa Pig water bottle. Oh, I don't even know where that came from. Just be looking like she's preoccupied when really she's filming every moment of it. Hello, can silly cunts please come to the customer silly cunts customer services, please. But Annie'll have to keep deadpan. I've got to keep deadpan and just get them to keep calling her until they've just clicked, you know, and then that's when we make our departure. Where are we? On X, there was a post about an Iran. Yeah, oh yeah. So there, I mean, Israel's Iron Dome is failing. You know, it's failing. I think that Russia could be arming Iran and China, and to the point where Iran comes to the next proxy war. You know, well, on top of the ones we've got. Anyway. Intentional and always to put prices up. Absolutely. Yeah. These people, these stakeholders, they're not going to lose out. We are. Leaving milk bottles at home. What do you mean? I haven't got man boobs anymore. I'm working on this. There's a little bit down here, but you've got to do press ups off a step or a couple of steps to try and work on that. And yeah. Well, why did I do that? Why did I do that? What was the message again? Oh my God. Leaving milk bottles at home. How did I get to that? From leaving milk bottles at home? Oh dear. I think I'm losing my mind. I've got microplastics in my head. That's what it is. I'll always use that excuse from now on because it's true. Where are we? I'd love to get up to mischief. And then she's put a cock there. So, I mean, I think that doesn't leave much to the imagination, that you have needs that require, let's call it, you've got an itch that needs to be scratched. Hey, there's technology out there to sort you out for now. I certainly wouldn't recommend an angry, testosterone-filled fucking cockerel run around your bedroom, because I think that could be quite distressing for you and the cock. Go into Primark and unfold everything. Oh, is that what would give you a vibe, Lana? Because actually that would be, yeah. And you can get facial recognition blocking glasses now that aren't like welding glasses, you know. But that does sound like a good one, Lana. You could be like just a one-man band, all ballied up in black, you know. You fucking move in there like you're some sort of crazed shoplifter, but you're not. You're not. You're there to do something completely fucking random. And then fuck off into the night. I made that sound really picturesque and romantic, didn't I? Yeah, fucking people shit up and making it sound nice. That's a talent that I didn't know I had. I was a taxi driver. Mike Hunt. we're past 9 o'clock. My cunt was given to new drivers. Oh, was you aware? So it would, yeah, right. So it would have been like a new workforce initiation thing then, really, you know. So initially you might have thought, not, did you get it straight away? You know, that they were hammering you. But Mike Hunt, and I've met Mike Hunts, you know, and I've always thought, every single time I thought, if your surname is Hunt, don't call your baby, your son, Mike. You know, put some fucking thought into it. Look at it from a few other different angles, because there are going to be people talking about him on live streams. Don't call your kid my cunt or Salik. Salik. Do you know what? I think that's a beautiful name. If I had a daughter, I would consider that Salik. Salik Hunt. Yeah. I don't know if they still do the registering class in school. Means it's like whatever my surname is. And then it came out. Salik Hunt. Yes, sir. Oh dear. And good old bend over. Oh, I'm amazed. See how dramatic that was. That gasp was. I've not been that dramatic for a long time. Because I'm very surprised, Carly, that you know who Bend Over is. So there was me thinking you were a sweet, innocent, sort of empathic, lovely, endearing woman. To naming an old school, well-known British porn star. So, you know, you never know where you're going to go with people, and I love that. You got an open mind, lass. Hello, Watcher 123. How you doing, mate? Mate, I'm not a fucking Londoner. Let me try that again. Hey, Watcher 123. How you diddling, mate? Or Tez Tickle. Tez Tickle. Tez Tickle. Ah, Tez Tickle. See, this is what I'm saying. You know, this is where you get people. You're definitely going to get people. The perfect profile of someone that you're definitely going to get this one over, or something like this. Salik Hunt, right? If you're ever going to get anyone to do that for you, it will be someone like that. Because I looked at that and I read it twice. I'm not sure if I read it about 3 times actually before the penny dropped. And now it's dropped. It was fucking obvious, you know. Yeah, testicle. Yeah, there was a mate of mine. Every time and he kept it up for ages. No one ever noticed. He kept it up for months. And every time he said cheers, he'd say jizz. No one batted an eyelid, because people think there's so much kind of fine tuning in our brains that we just put 2 things together. But that does make people more manipulatable. Wow, I pulled that off the first fucking go. Manipulative, but fucking hell, I should have left it at that. Anyway, where are we? Testicle. And you know what, mate? So get this. So we know that testosterone is produced in the testiculae. Sarah used to call it testiculae because it sounded posh, right? So it's like test of clay, you know. Anything that ended with LE, it was, you know, sent up an octave like they do in France. And I forgot what I was going to fucking say then. Oh man, hope it's not going to be one of those nights. You're not going to fill in the gaps. I need my Anki. Now I got that one straight away, you know. Here we go, cocks and chicken clips again. Yes, well, I don't know. There might be some fresh off the cuff material tonight, there, Carly. So just, you know, hold tight. Who knows? We don't know. We just don't know. It might come up. It might not. Oh, actually, one did just come up because you can get them chocolate coated, by the way, Annie. They sell them at Aldi. In the frozen section, the frozen chocolate clit section of the freezer section of Aldi. Just look in there. Look in there. The bags aren't very big. We don't need many. Fucking hell. You've got to admit that that's a long ass drink. You know? Fucking hell. And I'm 100% certain, right, that you know that I am, that it has a proper fucking negative effect on me, right? And I can't control it, right? But I know statistically there are going to be some of you that love seeing me in that fucking state, you know, knowing it's going to pass. It's going to pass. You're not completely evil, you know. You're not all sillies. There's one for us, exclusive to the Rose Hippie Guy little tribe, you know. I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, the chocolate. Yeah. I think they have tried selling odd stuff in this country from time to time. You know, some of it we didn't even know about it. I didn't realise me old Finder's lasagna was a fucking horse. I didn't realise I was chomping down on sugar. But generally, I know what I'm eating. Hello, Maria. Where did you jump in there? Oh yeah. Oh, you said I need my Anki. Yeah. Oh, do you know, and we're from a generation where we used to remember our grandparents and stuff just putting a hanky up inside the sleeve of the cardigan, you know, or having a hairnet with like curlers in underneath. Proper old school Britain, you know. It wasn't much different, I don't think, in the 70s by way of society in general between the 70s and post-war England, post-World War II England. I don't think there was that much of a difference, you know? And that's where it would be nice to get back to. And it's doable. It's doable. How on earth are y'all? I like that. Yeah, it's good to see you, Maria. Not the middle aisle. No, never the middle aisle. No. Rule number one in life: don't go down the middle aisle. That and being authentic. Not in the middle aisle. I'm good, thanks. How's things been with the blood pressure? Terry. I've not checked myself for a little while, if I'm honest. But no dizzy spells. I suppose I should have carried on and did the full 3-week course of those meds, but honestly, if I can avoid anything big pharma now, I will. If in my gut, I know I can find a way of dealing with it one way or another, you know. And again, you know, we're between us, we're a fucking ocean of information, you know. I know stuff that you might not know. I know I can do stuff that you might not be able to do, and vice versa. You know, that makes us a perfect cooperative society, and we can do it. But it's going to be a parallel one for quite some time. Well, do you know what? Right. So trying to fit everything into the last hour and a half was a challenge, right? And yeah, it was like a little. If it was just, I wish someone had been filming the moment and posted it as a short, because where the outside tap is for the outside water, like there's going to be any other kind of tap. In order to, because I've got a leak in one of the water bottles, and I'm telling you guys, if you've got the means, if you have the means and you do have the spare cash, just one initial outlay. Try and catch some rainwater. You know, rainwater systems. It's that initial outlay. When I bought my first two, they're only like 50 quid each. They're double that now. You know, that distiller. I mean, I've got a distiller on, and I've got some sage dehydrating in the dehydrator for tea. So it's like, it's extra fucking hot in here, you know, but I love it. I love it. I don't understand these people that go, I've just bought one of them, I bought one of those ice baths. Oh, have you? I don't like the cold, you know. I love these heat waves. And then the BBC turn around and saying, please close all of your windows and all of your curtains to reduce the amount of sunlight getting into your house in case you boil to death. You know, this is the shit they're coming out with. Look it up. Oh dear. They're so desperate. I mean, fucking hell. People are just thinking, oh, hold on. It's just summer, you know. We're over halfway through June. I would expect temperatures like this, you know. And I know someone that's kept a diary of the weather since easy 60 years, every day logged, you know. And if you went back up over all that time, yeah, look, there are fluctuations in our climate. There always has been. Again, if this isn't some sort of simulator, who knows? Who knows? But fluctuations have happened, and we've survived, you know. I love the word groovy. It's not used enough. It's not used enough. In fact, I should be using the word groovy more, because apparently I'm a hippie, you know. Groovy, baby. Yeah, you see, whenever you say things like that, just wagwan and groovy, baby, you just feel chilled, you know. It's like, anyone got a jazz flute just to just to kind of put a cherry on the cake? Oh my gosh. Where are we? Yeah, so going back to my blood pressure. So yeah, I did it morning and evening, and then left and right for about 10 days, and it's more or less plateaued at around about 140, 145 over 90, something like that, which is nothing, you know. That's pretty normal for me. And I've not had an heart attack yet, you know. Yeah, I plan to live and prosper. Oh no, what? Oh no, what, Maria Spoon? And it's, I've only just real. Am I right? So I've got some new glasses, right? I was just looking, and I was thinking, am I seeing? I've only had a couple of vodkas, right? Am I seeing more letters than there are actually in the word? So I looked at Maria Spoon, and I thought, am I seeing three O's? You know, sometimes we question our eyes, and our eyes they don't lie. The mind can be deceived. Spoon. You see, when I wanted to just sort of cuddle into the back of Sal, I just say, let's spoon. Or when we go camping, let's spoon. You know, spooning is perfect. You know, and no, no offense, Maria. This is a very very bizarre compliment. If that's your or some depiction of your surname. A spoon, you know, especially when you hold a woman, you know, I know for a fact that they would feel safe as long as they've known you for a good year before you do something like that. Otherwise, they're going to get very claustrophobic and a bit panicky. You know, don't do it within like 2 minutes of getting them into your house. But yeah, a nice spoon is it's nice because you're literally interconnected. You form each other perfectly. You know, right down to your feet. And it's morning lazy sex. So, and you know me, I love stuff that's got a multi-use. You know what I mean? Aren't spoons great? Imagine inventing the spoon or fork and taking that into the tribe. Well, you know, yeah, it would be. I think spoons were just they've always been around. I mean, we would just actually we would have eaten them with our hands. But yeah, I mean, we've definitely re-injected civilized life into simpler lives, simpler lives. But yeah, I was watching the contrast again, the contrast of this, right? So I've been listening to music through my headphones all day long, right? And I'm telling you, please don't forget to listen to music. It's very powerful. And I was just listening to tunes just floating around. There's a massive moth in here, like a fucking sparrow. I've left the back door open because it's hot, but not too hot. Steph, come on. Just grabbing a top up. Chat amongst yourselves. You see, it makes sense to just drink out of this, but I'm using this to top that up because I like to drink out of that, you know. It's lovely. Oh, what the fuck was I talking about? Aren't spoons great? Imagine invented. Yeah. It is because I am as blunt as a spoon sometimes. I think we all are sometimes. We all have our daft moments, you know, where we think, okay, now, yeah, I shouldn't have put my hand in that that fire. Yeah, little things like that, you know. But we learn. Best way to be, yeah, it is. It is. You see, blunt when again, that blunt element about your kind of one of the great things about being like that is that you will know because of your bluntness and the way that you are, you'll know that the people that are closest to you and the people that are around you and choose to still stay in your life do so because they like your bluntness, your honesty, you know. Being honest and authentic and humble, you'll attract like-minded souls, and it's good for you as well, you know. It's a win-win. Where are we? Well, yeah, say it how it is. Again, you see some people misinterpret what people have said, especially in texting, you know, no eye contact, no tone of voice, no body language. So things can be misinterpreted. But interpersonally, which is how it should be, it's how we are, we've always been. We're social beings, you know. But it's important that you get some like-minded people around you, because even if it's just one person, it gives you someone to bounce off, and they can bounce off you, which helps, because it can this madness, you know, this event that we're still going through. It's a very isolating thing, because every single day, I mean, I'm sure some of you might have a day off here and there, but or do you? You know, we're researching and digging and listening and reading, and you know, and it's just opening our minds more and more and more and more. But as long as you stay authentic, people will always know exactly where they stand with you, you know. Because I would consider myself quite blunt, you know. And look, the truth, I know I've said this before, but the truth is generally, more often than not, uncomfortable, you know. But if people want, if people are craving an honest, genuine answer to a question, regardless of how much it might upset them or, you know, make them feel bad or whatever, right? If they want an honest answer, they'll come to people like us, you know. Being empaths, because I was looking into this a little bit, and we are left wide open. You know, we're constantly looking around for someone to fucking help or heal, you know, and we don't take enough time out for ourselves. And it was something along the lines of kind of not helping per se, but being present, like present in the moment. So if someone's kind of, you know, in distress, mental, physical, whatever, you know, just being present does help, because the word present is way more powerful than you think about it. Covers a lot of angles. You're right, darling. Oh, just been in and out of the canal all the way up. You know, I try to keep canal water out of her ears because of problems that she's got. But this time of year, it's so hot for her. She gets hotter than Zephyr does. And you've seen how thick her fur is. So just letting it just jump in the canal and in the river, it just helps to keep her cool. I mean, I thought about getting a little paddling pool for him, and Zephyr would use it, and Storm would destroy it within about, I don't know, 2-3 seconds. And then it would just go on some landfill site and degrade down into fucking forever chemicals. So, nah. But when I buy stuff to last. You know, there are some things you can skimp on, especially in prepping, but there are some things that you can't. On Monday, I'm going to start ringing around to see if I can explain the phone problem, because I missed my little walk. I missed the little walk and talks, you know. But you know, you can't fucking relax. I can't relax into doing a video or walk and talk. If I'm thinking it's gonna just shut off. It's gonna close this, end it, and then send you into YouTube, and then that, and send you into WhatsApp, and it just goes all over the place. So I'm hoping on Monday I'm gonna ring around a few places to get the phone repaired properly, just so I can start doing a proper nice steady walk through the garden to show you how everything's growing. And do you know what? I've got 2 elderberry, well, I suppose you could call them trees, small trees, large shrubs maybe. And I've got one that's something nigra, which is the black one, hence the name. Yeah, I said Nigra, not Negro. No reparations from me. I've never owned a slave. you know. Oh, fucking hell, what was I saying? This is how I get. Can someone remind me? Just remind me of what I was just saying. The handbrake on my mouth's a bit iffy. I fucking love that, Eddie. I love that. Get her a rubber bucket. The handbrake on my mouth is a bit iffy. I love that. I fucking love that. You know, it's so apt. You know, you can be. I do think to some degree, as we've started to move through the last 5 years, I do think that we've learned to pick our battles a lot better. You know, everything was a battle to get through to as many people as you possibly could. You know, as hard as you possibly could, as fast as you possibly could. But I think now we pick our battles, we take our time, and it does the job. It does the job. Patience is a virtue. I've had to say no to people lately. People pleasing has to stop. People pleasing has to stop. Rosa, I've picked up on a really, really lovely kind woman from our communications, and yeah, I think taking a bit of time out to reassess if anyone's draining on you. You know, people shouldn't be draining on you. I think that does come part and parcel with being empathetic, because you do sort of do that a little bit. But if you don't, and it's not like we do it for recognition either. You know, it's like, oh, thanks. We don't even expect that. But just watch people like that, you know, and just think, are they enriching my life, or are they not? And then think to yourself, what can I weight these up? And if so, how? What's the best way in? And then be prepared for the aftermath. But one of the downsides of being an empath is, well, I don't know. I don't please people, and I'm empathetic. And yeah, I mean, over the years, there have been a few people that have mistaken my kindness for granted, or completely fucking misjudged it. You know, that doesn't happen anymore. But I think sometimes you need to experience having someone, again, just like any other aspects of life, you need to experience what it's like for life to be a little bit of a cunt to you, you know? And then when you sort of get yourself together, you get a massive fucking strike that knocks you flying, you know? We need that in our life, you know? It does make you stronger, and I think the stronger you get, the wiser you get. I really do, because you become less no nonsense, but still maintaining your sense of humour, your ability to communicate with others, your ability to, you know, calm, pacify people just by using your words. You know, I think the vast majority of the chat is made up of people like that. But yeah, when they mistaken your kindness for weakness, you know, they don't mistaken it for long. I don't mean I kick shit out of them. Yeah, I'm not nothing like that. You know, just like, yeah, take care of yourself. That's it. That's it. Because take care of yourself is like, we're done here, right? You're out there. But it's very rare that's happened. But I'm still a people watcher, so I see it. I see stuff unfolding in society and around family members and outwards, you know, and you just see patterns. But I do think that there are lots and lots of very, very encouraging things happening. But again, it depends on how you view, because encouraging is a very nice, positive word, you know. But in order for what we need to achieve, from things being quite promising, right, to where we need to be at, that's a whole new fucking ball game. And I don't know how many of you guys are geared up to dodge the digital ID trap. I'd love to know, but then don't tell me on here unless you want to. I'm ready, but it took 5 years to get there. So, you know, I mean, I've gone into the comment sections of a few videos now, and you've got people talking about the digital ID coming in, and all the comments, it was hell no, no, nope, no, hell to the no, blah blah blah, just no. And this isn't me being malicious. This is me trying to get people to jolt into fucking using their brains, engage their brains, right? So, oh man, I forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, jolting brains. And yeah, I think there's hell of a lot of people out there that are still completely and totally programmed, you know. But those people that are programmed, you could look at them in a glance and spend 5 minutes around them, asking them certain questions or asking their opinions on certain things, you know, but very strategically, right? And you don't get anything from them on that one occasion. Don't give up, you know. Don't give up. Keep going back, and just finally tuning your approach. There's since 2019, for example, there's been a lot of FOIs that have gone in, thousands. So there's lots and lots of proof of lots of things that are going on, right? And we can see them, you know, but they can't because they're still in EastEnders mode. Not all of them, right? And there has been certain points where I know that I'm not on my own, where I thought, you know what? Fuck them. Let them die. Then we'll know what we've got to work with. That other 50%. We can't do that. Because it's mindsets like that start off genocides. You know, where a minority is looked down on. You know, just you're fucking horrible. You are. You know, no religion. You don't know what race you're from. You know. Oh man. You see, this is what this is one of many things about this continuing event, is the fact that I think we've got a proper handle on it now. I think between us, I think a lot of us have got lots of different pieces of the puzzle, you know. Again, this is why they want to separate. They want to say separate, you know, divide and divide and divide and divide, because you'll have people like us coming along and opening dialogue with random strangers, and they go home and think about stuff, and oh, that makes sense actually, and I'll have to dig a little bit deeper. That's so there are theories that 50% of the population doesn't actually have a soul. They just mimic emotions. They just like the original NPCs, you know. They're not all necessarily malevolent, you know. They're just serving a purpose. And so based on that, and these are things that I've read on and listened to recently, that just does resonate with me, because I think that sounds about right. So that would back up my theory of it sort of being 30% of us awake, especially now. 30% being just dead losses, but go along with them because they're still family and they're still friends. Find a way, right? We need to maintain unity. This vodka, it's gone right to my fucking head. See, I nearly knocked it over then. I've got some new glasses. Let me just recompose myself and come back. I've got some new glasses, and I don't think I spent enough time looking at them, thinking, yeah, do you know what? I love them. You know, I love them. So I made a conscious decision to buy these. Do you remember Dame Edna Everage? Where they used to come out like that to a point. Mine like that, but with Diamante. You know, you shouldn't rush these things. So firstly, let me reassure you, right? Believe it or not, I am a man of taste, right? I am. If we ever went out on a night out and I got dappered up, I look completely fucking different. I put a lot of thought and effort into my appearance, but it's got nothing to do with ego. Nothing to do with ego, you know? So anyway, Are you ready? Are you all ready for this? See? I don't know any fucking Harry Potter spells. And these are my new prescription glasses. You know? So these are the ones I picked for reading because the screen's dead blurred now. Dead blurred, right? So these are for reading. So if I lean forward like that, I can see. Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Charles Star. Yes. However, pick two pairs, one for distance, one for close up. These are my close up ones, right? Now this is what I'm leading up to, because if these aren't bad enough, right? Let me just show you, eh? Right. Bear in mind, this was a choice. Just saying. Just saying. There, look, there's me brand new case, look. This is very real. Now, when I finally went to pick them up and bring them back, wow, everything's like HD, right? When I came back and then finally got them out, I went to pick them up and bring them back and opened the case up and saw these and put them on, and I'd look in the mirror. I thought, you look like Jeffrey Dahmer with alopecia. That's what I thought. Jeffrey Dahmer with alopecia. A really fucking bad choice, you know? Or like Elvis Presley when someone's just punched him in the face so hard that it's knocked the glass out of both the frames. It's not good. Not good. So that's my catastrophe, you know? Tell me about yours. Come on. Enough about my problems. Phone walk and talks, walk through gardens video. Yeah, exactly, Lana. That's what I plan to do. Yeah, right. Thank you, Lana. Right, reminding me what I was fucking talking about half an hour ago. And there Lana is standing tall. You know, this is what you were talking about, Terry. Get back on track. Okay. Yeah, so the first opportunity next week, I'm going to take it into a shop and just say, right, look, another guy from your religion, fuck this, because that's all there is in Long Eaton as far as repairing phones are concerned. You go from one not so wizard genius at replacing a fucking screen to another one, you know, because they've got an average IQ of 70. And Frank, what? He's being a racist little cunt again. Oh, like when he gets like that. I don't. Makes me cringe. Oh. Where were we? So yeah, but unlike Dharma, I felt bad about standing on a fucking a slug, flattening its head. Last night when I went out for a fag out in the garden, I was gutted. You know, this guy feels him. You know, Dharma's like, oh, this done half make my flat smell. Oh, different levels of person. you know. So yeah, hopefully at the start of next week I'll have the phone repaired and we'll start doing some walk and talks. And you know, I'm all right for a few minutes, but a few minutes is not long enough for a walk and talk. You know, 5, 6. I mean, I've had nearly 10 minutes out of one, but I don't want to do a walkthrough with just 10 minutes limit on my phone. I want to walk through and, you know, just guide you through the garden and just go, this is doing well. This isn't doing too well. You know, this, I'm growing that there. Look at how much that's come on from the video that I did about it. Going all the way down to the orchard and just showing you how everything's just fucking exploded. You know? Because if any of you guys did something like that, did a video of you kind of, if you had quite a long garden and you'd sort of sectioned it off and you were growing food, especially the growing food element of it, right? That above anything else. Don't give a fuck about your garden furniture, you know, and your £17,000 chimney, right? I don't give a fuck about that. Let's have a look at your layout. I want to see what you're growing and how you're growing it. You know, what space you've utilised and maximised. So yeah. I need a functioning phone to do that proper walkthrough all the way down to the bottom of the garden. See, right round the fucking houses. That's what I do. You know, I reckon that's one of the reasons why I do stay quite fit, you know, because I talk so much fucking shit that my mouth is using up so many unnecessary calories, you know, and it keeps me trim. Oh yeah, but so Boho Witchy, aka Carly, you know, on her channel, I think she's only got one video, but it's a lovely long video, really lovely long video of kind of snippets of time, you know, as her family's kind of expanded. You know, I love shit like that. I love it. You know, when people go, oh, I've got some photos. Do you want to have a look at them? Yeah, get them out. You know, I love looking at other people's photos and other people's memories. You know, I don't just do it just say, yeah, I'm not one of these. yeah, okay. I'm not one of them. You know, share your memories with me. You know, I love shit like that. Oh my God, they are Dharma, like I must say, but you can rock it, Terry. Well, that's very, very kind of you, Carly. You know, I might put them back on again just to see if I can get used to them a little bit. You know, because I think these aren't really my style either. They're just Harry Potter type. I think this shape and this style of frame make nice sunglasses, quite tasteful sunglasses, very Italian. But I've not really thought through any of the fucking glasses I've bought. None. Just wants to get the fuck out of there. Whilst I was in the waiting room, someone came in and said, can I have sausage, chips and peas? And she said, mate, should have gone to Specsavers. And her colleague said he's in Specsavers, but he still wants his chippy dinner. Hello, Kelstorm. Oh, I'm glad you've literally caught her live as it's live, you know, because we can all communicate. It's lovely to see you. Yeah, it's lovely to see you. Thanks for joining us, you know. Right, so let me put my Dharma glasses back on there, right? but don't think any fucking sinister thoughts about me. Don't think he's got half a woman in his drain. Don't start thinking shit like that. He's got a torso in his loft. No, I haven't. I've got nothing. Nothing like that. Oh, I look really fucking dopey. I'm like, yeah, man. Wagwan. But my eyelids look a bit heavy. Yeah, do you know what? I could kind of get used to these. They are a bit Jeffrey Dahmer, but not, you know? Yeah. And I'm not a serial killer. I mean, I've stood on the occasional cornflake, but I'm not a serial killer. It's always been accidental. I leaned on a sugar puff once. He wasn't very happy. Oh my God. Right. So I was telling Lana about I went on a walk. Right. So I go down to the Jittyway and I want to go straight and then follow it all the way around. They're the walk and talks that you've been on with me. A very, very rare one where I've gone and done an anti-clockwise one, right? Because the girls have their little routines, you know, the 1, 2, 3, go, that sort of thing. And then they like to have a dip in the river before we even go over the river bridge, you know. Excuse me. And yeah, so we ended up having to go the other way around because the guy was taking his dog around there. Came all the way back on myself and saw a roebuck deer. I've lived there for 20 years. There's nowhere where it can come from. Nowhere. And it was there. And I know nature, you know. I know what, and especially British wildlife. I know what I'm looking at. You know, I did question myself because look, if there's an elephant in the room, most people will be looking around, not seeing the elephant. You'll see the elephant, you know. You'll be like, "There's a fucking elephant here. Like, we need to discuss it." But so I questioned it, and I came to the conclusion that it must have been kicked out of its herd because he was a male and he was, you know, males rut, but then rutting season's well over. And there's no, if you have a look at total sidings, write it down if you want, total sidings, and you'll see the stretch of river and the stretch of canal, and then you'll see this patch of greenery, and it's not that big, you know. It's a little island of trees and bushes. That's it. It's not big enough for a deer to live in there. I mean, they're not right. It's not going to starve to death because they're vegetarian, right? Again, I saw a roebuck deer. 20 years. I've never seen anything like that down there. So it will know what to eat, know where to drink, know where to find shelter, and make it through a winter. But they're social creatures, you know. They're meant to be part of a herd. So I was absolutely fucking awestruck at the fact that I just spotted this particular deer, which is the smallest species in the UK, right? So I felt really blessed that I'd seen it, but then I thought, what a miserable life that's going to have. What a miserable life. Not being around any of your own, you know? Sounds like heaven to me. Especially in the woods, you know, with my squirrel cloth, my squirrel fucking hide. made from obviously 75 squirrels. Tripod says, you know, tripod says, don't forget it. In fact, it's that big, right? I got stuck on a roof, a third story roof, right? And this is pre-vertigo. I was looking over, I was thinking, fuck me. But the building was on fire, you know? So the actual staircase leading up to the roof, which is the third floor, was on fire. The only way down was to tie my cock off to this pole on the roof and abseil down. And it was at that moment that he realised he'd fucked up, because I was still attached to the top. So then I had to climb back up my own cock. Fortunately, a few very, very professional firefighters managed to save my life, you know, and because of the stretching, I gained an extra foot. Oh. Yeah, these aren't good for reading close up, you know. Yeah, it's really, really bad. So let's put the new ones back on. And tell me what you prefer. Tell me which you think look the best, you know. And I'm gonna go and I might get another pair. Oh. Asparodifter. What the fuck's an asparodifter? You know? I don't know what I've just turned you into with these fucking Harry Potter glasses on. Nothing bad, I hope. And it'll wear off. It'll wear off. They do. Spells wear off, you know? Do you know, sometimes I really enjoy the fag, you know? But sometimes I just like, I'll have a fag, you know? And I don't really appreciate it. Again, when you start to move things into moderation, right, you start to appreciate things more, you know? And as we move along on this crazy path, you're gonna learn to really appreciate the little moments even more. And it's the little moments that matter, because the little moments are made up of you being in the present, if that makes sense. Can anyone remember the royal family? Not as in, not the blood-sucking leech fuckwits, the ones that were working class, with Caroline Aherne. Very, very, very talented, and a very, very, very sad loss to the industry. Yeah. Yes. Oh, I'm glad I don't sound like some sort of fucking deranged nut job, you know. The Harry Potter books better than Hank Marvin. Well, now I've got Hank Marvin playing the guitar in the shadows, right? Whilst he's got one silly little fucking twatty little Harry Potter, like 3'4" tall, just turning him into a frog whilst he carries on playing, and then turns him into a moose, carries on playing in the shadows, and then I'm in the audience looking at that moose thinking, how can I corner you tonight? There'll be some people watching this that wouldn't have got that joke. They wouldn't have. And I'm not going to explain it because it'll ruin it. Yeah, so Lana, I'm creating quite a package for you. Let me rectify that. What I meant was, I will be posting you some herbal tea. Yeah, I don't even know how that could have even turned into a fucking innuendo, you know. It's sage tea. How can you turn sage tea into a sexual innuendo? I don't know. But I like it. And you know, that's another thing I was thinking about earlier on, is that back in the days of Lily Savage, for example, right, some geezer getting up on stage and just telling jokes and just being very, very, very working class. You know, Lily Savage did that, you know. And I think that Lily Savage would have done that anyway. I think he did it. You see, there are two different types of trans people, men, right? There are three. So you've got your cross dresser, right? Then you've got someone that's gonna right. No, let's get back to Lily Savage, right? So what it was what it was. It was a very unique comedy act that reached the working class, like Peter Kay does, you know, like Bernard Manning did. Oh, Bernard Manning was a racist bastard, wasn't he? No, I really thought it was funny. He was racist. He kept on saying "packy" and "nigger." You can't say that. You can't say that. You're doing a live stream. I know, but it's got context. So yeah, I have got a lot of tea of sage. That's, again, this is what I'm saying. So that's set at 50 degrees Celsius, right, to dry those leaves out in order for me to give Lana my package. And I need to just compress it down so I can get as much up there as possible. I did a video on sage, right? The health benefits are really, really significant, especially if you're pre or post-menopausal, right? Sage is incredible for that. It really is. It can ease the symptoms. So I did a video saying, if you're going to plant one herb, plant sage, because unlike a lot of other herbs that we grow, you know, because I'm sure most of you guys have got a bit of a herb garden going on, you know, for various reasons, medicinal and medicinal. Hopefully, you know, there could be one or two of you that are poppy farmers and are into smack, not my cup of tea, you know. It's gone. Yeah. So I need to just pack loads and loads and loads of tea, as much tea as I can, as much sage. Yeah, so sage, right? Plant sage, you know, put it in full sun, and it'll thrive. It will thrive. You know, that's years old now, and I'm taking from it, and taking from it. And it just keeps reproducing new leaves and reproducing new leaves. It just goes on and on and on and on. And unlike again, like I said, unlike most other herbs that you might buy, and herbs and stuff like that are so important, especially for your health. Yeah. So sage is good for pre and post menopausal women, but it also has lots of other health benefits as well. And it's an evergreen, so you can take from it all year round. But just be mindful of the fact that you need to keep the plant alive. So don't take more than it can cope with. You know, the leaves are very, very, very hardy, and they can take quite a lot of frosts. But that's based on the size of the plant being able to kind of compensate for any stress. You know, that's how plants work. It's how we work. You know. But yeah, I will be sending a shitload of organic sage dried leaves to make nice tea. Just need an infuser liner and you're good to go. Nice bit of honey, you know. It's nice. You'll love it. You'll love it. I drink shitloads of it now. I remember doing a video saying I love tea. I fucking love tea. I drink gallons of it. You know, as soon as I'm necking this, I'm filling the kettle up for the next one. You know, tea. I might treat myself for a coffee. Then tea. I might treat myself to a nice mocha. Tea. Until it comes to about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, you know, and my fucking heart's like that. Yeah. Then I go on to the softer stuff. Your chamomiles, your ginger and lemon. And I've got my own mint now. I can make my own mint tea. Yeah, there's so much we can. I mean, how many of you guys have looked at your garden and thought, you know what? I think I can improve on this. You know, I can let more light in, or if I dig that corner up there, I can plant this in. You know, there's so much we can do. There is. You know, you need to try and make yourself as self-sufficient as possible. That's what prepping is. You know, it's not like I'm just dropping it on someone for the first time. Prepping channel's been around for a long time, and yeah, there are definitely some Fruit Loops in there. You know, I think they made prepping look a bit stupid when they did some documentaries on preppers. It was on some sort of TV series apparently. But proper preppers are people that generally want to help other people. You know, proper preppers are generally not selfish people. You know, but we I think we've learned, or hopefully everyone's learned, to spot a parasite that's not helping you or aiding you or improving your life in any way. But then you've got to separate them from the members of your family that you want to look after, if you want to look after them, that didn't take heed and listen to what you said. They will at that point, because you go, look, I did say, wish you'd fucking listened. Just so much. There's so much we can still do. You know, this continuation of going around and waking people up, you know, in our own unique little ways, right? It's definitely having some sort of snowball effect, you know, which will turn into an avalanche. There's so much information out there that's coming to light, but it's so sporadic, you know. So sometimes it's really difficult to get a handle on something because you've only got one perspective, you know. You need to have a multiple of perspectives, because then you end up drawing a more neutral picture of what's going on, you know. Again, I feel like I've just waffled like fuck for the last 5 minutes. Do you know, if I ended up getting a bit too hot, you know, I'm all right now. In fact, to be honest with you, I am contemplating getting a cardigan. Now that's British, you know. Oh, I'm gonna put my cardigan on a bit code. Oh, Lauren does code. Do some code, Lauren. No, not that code. I'm code. Freezing code. Ah, nothing to do with the computer then. No. I'm pre-computer. And you are. Hello, David, mate. Are you all right? I didn't see you there. I'm a bit behind. I got a little bit carried away in the waffle department because I am the waffling wizard. And you know, that's another thing. Are you still with us, Annie? So Annie got me this T-shirt, and it just said, I can't remember what it was. There was different names written all the way across, you know, to tell you what length of, and then a graph to tell you what length you've got past. This was probably, you know, it didn't say this, but it's probably scruffy little cunt, right? When it got to about there, right? And then there you got truck driver, and then you got hillbilly, obese Jeffrey Dahmer, and then the bottom one for your length of beard was wizard, and I waffle like fuck. So Annie came up with the waffling wizard. Now when I get around to sort of upscaling my tincture collection, so I bought loads of little bottles in, and I've got and I bought tapered corks as well, so everything looks a little bit classier and for other stuff. Oh, fucking hell. Do you know what, Boho Richie? Right? Have you've heard Carly? Everyone's heard, right, of one man's trash is another man's treasure, right? Now, when I went out with the girls tonight, which again, so I was trying to pack loads into a little bit of time, right? So I took them out on their second walk, which wasn't really that much of a walk, not really, right? And I found a t-shirt, and I really fucking liked it as well. That was it. Got a new t-shirt. You know, just by going out with the girls, you know. He was a right Mardy cunt there whilst I was trying to take it off him. But it's true. Anyway, where are we? But yeah, good to see you, David. I stopped at your comment and just went on a tangent. Hope you're well, brother, and all in chat. Love Fee. I love Faye. Look, Faye, which is proper Scottish for from. Clary sage essential oil, good for hormonal issues. To massage with the carrier oil onto the womb area. Wow. And you know what? You know, after the whole Hawthorne thing, Carly, if you turned around to me and said that you were actually a mountain lion, I'd fucking believe you now, because you're spot on with everything you say. You know, this is what I'm saying. We can all make ourselves richer by igniting each other, right, and learning from each other. This is why they're keeping us so divided and separate, because as a community, what a fucking unit, you know. And yeah, Carly, when people think I'm going to make some rosehip oil, right? If anyone tries to sell you rosehip oil, right? Just say, is it rosehip oil or is it rosehip infused oil? Because there's a difference, and there's a massive difference in cost. So rosehip oil is fucking ridiculously good for your skin. You know, these bags under my eyes, because I've fucking cried a river over the last 4 years, you know, and that salt water I think has given me baggy eyes. And I can't think. I don't know if I can. My eyelashes are I've got very long eyelashes for a guy. So maybe I could just sort of attach weights to them and just keep going like that. So all these bags underneath my eyes turn into muscle. Oh, now that is a masterclass on how to talk absolute bollocks for about 5 minutes. Yeah, so Carly, rosehip oil is almost an elixir of life, right? I don't believe any. We've got creams that it's cost, you know, we might have killed 75,000 rhesus monkeys in the development of this, but now it's good to go. You know, you may see a difference in your face if you use it regularly, right? Rosehip oil is on a new fucking level, right? But the amount of rosehip seeds that you need to create just a 10 ml bottle is in the kilos. That's why it's so expensive. But it is an elixir. Rosehip oil. But you might see, you know, don't go on eBay and go rosehip oil, right? Because the chances of you finding proper rosehip oil on there is slim to zero. And it's got to be cold pressed. It has to be cold pressed. So rosehips, you know, one of the most underlooked, underappreciated. You know, it's like, oh, I miss them roses, Frank. Yeah, but you'll get rosehips. I know, but I like flowers. I know, but it's vitamin C. Ah, shut up. Poor Frank. Oh, see, I like that. So you've got a Scottish lady with a very, very strong Scottish accent talking to a Scottish guy who's in the Highlands, you know. I love that. And again, this is something that we do as humans. If you get, say, 20 people in a room, right? But you're making all of these things happen so fast in sequence, right? That people don't get a chance to really think about it, right? So in with that 20 people, you've got 5 Chinese people, 5 black people, 5 Middle Eastern people, and 5 typical white Caucasian British people, right? If you turn around and say, right, I'm about to give you an order and you've got 5 seconds to follow this request, right? 5 seconds, right? And they're all scattered. Well, they're not scattered because they're already, even though they don't even know each other, they're all starting to talk to each other because they're all Chinese. All 5 of the British people have already started talking to each other because they're British. You know? So people are already finding connections with people that have something that's familiar to them. You know? Again, that's another reason for their divide and conquer tactics, which aren't working. They're not working. I love vodka, but I've got to get a shitload in and start making these tinctures. I've put so many bottles aside, and I've started researching online label producing companies, so I can get something really, really tasteful put on a label, nice design, you know. The dropper bottles aren't particularly cheap, but again, I would knock money off to incentivize them to come back to get more. Earlier on there was this video and there were so many people saying no to the digital ID, you know, no, I don't want that, no, I'm not having it, blah blah blah, and it's all of the comments, right? But I ended up putting in their individual comments, what's your plan B then? Or do you have a backup plan? And then something else, if you don't adapt and find a way out of the system, you're going to become completely enslaved. So it wasn't a very, very well-known, massive channel, but there was definitely a lot of dialogue going on in the comments section. So although that might have been in some people's eyes a little bit of a sort of a bit too much to get them into prepping, I think hard-hitting factual information is like a fucking jolt to the soul, you know. The analogy, right, of the hysterical woman, right? Probably just trying to profile someone that will fit the bill. Hey, David, mate, look, don't waste one single rose hip. Not one. Don't waste one. They're far too valuable. They really are. And like I said, they just go completely overlooked. People thinking, oh, it's not flowering anymore, but at least it's got its leaves on. Like, that's a sad thing, you know? All right, hey, Lana, if I've not caught you in time, you know, I'll text you good night just to make up for it, you know. But thanks for joining us and thank you for your time, which is precious. Listening in and getting pissed on. Imperial Stout rum barrel, aged 11 and a half. Beautiful tipple, been on point as per. Who says that? Who's on Imperial Stout? My dad used to drink that. Right, yeah. I remember mentioning this a couple of months ago, which is mad. So I knew he used to love his stout, but now he's got to an age now where he'll just come out with shit. And so I mentioned stout because my mum used to drink it as well. It's very, very English, you know. And he just said it makes your shit black. Oh. Normally, I could just I could jump from one conversational tree topic to another one, sometimes forget where I've come from, you know. But generally, not short of conversation. Well, that was a bit of a stumper. It's not for me, you know. I mean, he used to come out with stuff like give your newborn child some Guinness or some whiskey on its rums, on its roof on its gums. So whiskey, rum on a gum, yeah, or whiskey on a gum because it absorbs. You know, my mum used to do that all the time to keep me constantly fucking sedated. Oh, almost like I could have been born. Just like, oh, it's okay, right? The head's through. The bottle's through. What bottle? He's got a little bottle of that Jack Daniels in his hand. It's we've never seen this before. You know, my mum used to get rat ass when she was pregnant with me. But taking into account that I don't lie, you know, and that this is it. It's a Friday night thing. So there would have definitely been a point in my life where people would have been looking in, right, a fly on the wall and thought, this chap is a fucking raging alcoholic. 100%. Right? A bottle of vodka a night, every night. But I've never been an alcoholic. You know, I've never been addicted to anything before. Not addicted. I think even I don't even think fags come under that banner. Although I think they do, because they add shit to it to make it even more addictive. So you keep buying it, you know, at record cost, at what used to be a week's rent 15 years ago. Fucking crazy. Oh, I've gone. I went up too far. One of them's she's gnawing on her a bits. Need to head off and try to something. Yeah, it's just. Yeah, my every now and then I'll wake up quite early and then I think, do you know what? It took me a long time to get to sleep last night because we're thinkers, you know. We lie down, being in silence, in absolute silence with yourself, knowing what you know, can be quite challenging. It can be quite challenging, you know. I mean, this would be amazing if we could do some sort of fucking Zoom thing, just to make us. Maybe that could be the next level, you know. Right, where are we? Truth be told, would shatter your image of what I sound like. Sound more like teeth than Lana. Ah, right. Well, that's a relief, because Lana does sound. She's got a very, very feminine voice. Her accent's quite strong sometimes, but I mean she's smack bang between Edinburgh and Glasgow. So you combine those two accents together, and I think that's pretty much where Lana's at. Was brought up not far from UT Radford, nearly 20 years. Seriously, David, I've well, can you? I feel like now, because that seems like too much of a fucking synchronicity, that I feel like questioning the shit out of you about Radford now and seeing what answers you come up with. When did you live there? Not that I don't trust you. I'm just so fucking. Again, I've always said that paranoia can be your best mate as long as you're in control of it and it's not in control of you, right? But then you'll hear things, read things, and see things, hear things in particular, right? That make you question yourself. Sweet dreams, Carly, and thanks for joining us tonight. We really, really appreciate your company. You're lovely. You're lovely. You all are. But yeah, I can't believe you lived in Radford, David. Fucking hell. So you would have remembered all those things then. The Rasta Blasters and the smell of food, and yeah, it was all right. There was a lot of crime around there. It was quite rough. Especially when you went sort of if you came along the boulevard onto Hyson Green, Radford Road. Yeah, it got a bit rough up there, and a little bit rough to the left as well, because they had the ramps, which were just flats. All the flats were built on ramps. I know this sounds quite primitive. It wasn't, and crime was so bad up there because everyone, all of the criminals knew all of the other criminals' addresses. So they'd come out, mug someone, and then just disappear into someone else's house out of sight. And crime was so bad. One of my granddads, my grandma's second husband, which was also his brother. So my granddad on my mum's side was Joe. He had a brother called John. My grandma split up on my mum's side, was split up with my proper granddad and got with John, who was now granddad. So I had three fucking granddads growing up. Always surrounded by Scots, so as my family and friends, so think in a part Scot English way. I think some people would think that, look, you're either English, you're English really, with a Scottish accent, but I totally get where you're coming from, and I agree, because I think we're all nationists. We all love our country. We're all patriotic, and I think if you were asked to sort of fight England against tyranny, is that before? You did it all right, So would you be prepared to fight for the English or fight for the Scots? You choose the Scots, Terry, I can ask Sue if she can do labels. The mate who did your t-shirt. Annie, I'm not sure if you've gone to bed now, so I'm not even sure if you're going to get the reply now. I'm a little bit behind. But those labels, yeah, I thought about buying a little label printer thing, but again, you've got to buy the ink. She's still there, right? Yeah, that would be good, Annie. I'll be in touch because I want the stuff to look, organic, but because it will be. These tinctures, I want them to look organic and I want them to look like they're quality because they will be. I want them to look how they're going to be. And nice little labels on there, This is what I'm saying, guys, just try and think of something you can train in or a current skill that you've already got that you can hone and get some practice in. Just to make you more and more and more useful to society moving forward. Have something to give, have something to, something. I've got about 3 or 4 different things just to try and help me get through food wise, hopefully, so that I can just rotate stuff very, very slowly and not really dig into my food stash very much. And just not be part of this system, that system at all. That's my plan. But it's going to be one hell of a leap, because that's it. I think once I've committed, I've committed. I'm like that. Hello, Joanna. You all right, darling? Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hello, all you are. Hope you are all well. Much love. Yeah, we're doing sound. We're flying. Alfreton Road, Canning Circus, top end of Alfreton Road in a pub. Yeah, I can't remember the name of that pub. All of the pubs on Alfreton Road were it was a working class beer pub crawling place. It was perfect. From the Clarence, which was at the bottom of where I grew up, right the way up to the Moulders and the Eagles Rest, and there was loads. Everything's changed, but these are all things that we can get back because they're very, very simple to get back. All you need is premises and a supply of alcohol. That's it. Everywhere's changed now. Some of the pubs in Beeston, which is the next city along, next town along from me, next big town, should I say. And some of the bars there now, fantastic, really, really nice. But a couple of them, it's just card only. They don't take cash anymore, So I can't. You see, a lot of people think, what difference is it going to make if I don't just go in there and just pay cashless, I think as long as you maintain that sort of persona, then you're never going to see the change that you want to see. You got to believe in yourself. So Alfreton Road. So this was my first address that I can remember. Now, as a sort of 14-month-old in one of those little, it's got 4 wheels and you just sit in it. It's got 2 little legs, and I was going around on that, very, very young. But I've got no memories of that place. But I've got memories of Beckenham Road, and Beckenham Road. That leads down to Alfreton Road. And so when I was a kid, my mum used to send us. I think she probably drew the line at like 6 years old to go down to Mr. and Mrs. Land, who were in the shop at the end of the street, right? So I can't have been any older than 7 years old, right? Now, you know my love for dogs, right? So Prince, that was my dog, it never slept anywhere else, ever. From the time we got it to the time that he died. He never slept anywhere else other than at the bottom of my bed. And he woke me up from loads of nightmares. They're amazing. They're amazing. So Mum sent me down to Mr. and Mrs. Land's, and I had a massive bond with this dog, right? Massive, and vice versa. Got down there onto Alfreton Road. Beckenham Road is where I lived, right? And it opens up onto Alfreton Road. And again, on the other side of, going back 5 or 6 streets, you've got Hyson Green, which was very Jamaican, right? Now, Prince couldn't see facial expressions. Prince didn't understand that they were just a different colour of skin. So I think he might have seen them as some sort of threat. So we ran across the road and started barking at these 2 black fellas, right? But one thing that he always did without fail was come to me if I asked him to. And I shouted him, and he made it halfway across the road and he got hit by a car. And then he hobbled continuously whilst I was sat there in shock. Continuously just hobbled using just 3 legs and crawled all the way up to me like he would do if it was normal, and died in my arms when I was 7. You take all of these very, very impactful moments in your life, right, and you turn them into strength. It turns into strength. So you sometimes, but that doesn't work for everyone. The more people get hit, the further they go down and down and down, and they become either a victim, and a permanent one, or maybe semi-permanent, a victim, or a statistic at the end of a rope. So there are definitely people that have managed to adorn extra pieces of armor to protect themselves for every time they've been hit hard. Mine started at a very young age, but it's molded us all into what we've become, and that is so important. We're in a different league, not in an egotistical way. We're already living parallel in so many ways, Or the distiller stops now, but the container still radiates heat for about 10 minutes, right? So I can almost feel the heat from that, and I can feel the heat from the dehydrating all that. Yeah, if you can, like I said, if you can grow sage, and it will just go bang, it will just take off. You can take from it all year round. And menopausal issues were just a couple of what that herb can do. Good stuff. Plus, it's an oily herb, right? So when you dehydrate it, you're not necessarily dehydrating the oils. A lot of the oils stay in there, and it's the oils that benefit women that are post or menstrual. Those days that ship's fried for the majority of our audience, but it can help with so many symptoms. It really can. It's an amazing plant, and extremely hardy. It's been in that Buddha's head for 15 years, something like that, in full sun. I love it when you type your messages in Scottish. Remember all ye talkie you talk to 80s and 90s. High Sound Flats were a bit mad. I'm sounding Irish. Knew a few that lived in them. Yeah, I did. Yeah, my next door neighbours, they had a family. Again, we didn't even have a bath. We had an outside toilet, no bath, no bathroom. We used to have buckets in our bedrooms during the winter. During the summer, we just go downstairs, open the back door, go out the back door, walk down the yard, go into the toilet, come back in the house, lock everything back up again, go back to bed. You know, during the winter, no central heating, none. You know, waking up with ice on the outside of you and ice on the inside of the single pane windows. You know, and during the winter we'd have a tin bath just filled, like all the hobs on, back when we could afford electricity and gas. All the hobs on, all just boiling water, just boiling shitloads of water and putting it into this massive tin bath. And it would go down by age. So, but then there'd be some water sort of emptied out, some fresh water put in there. I don't think that made much of a difference. But yeah, but then there was only 3 of us at that age. You know, the other 3 we had to be born. But a tin bath, yeah, and we used to share it with next. It was ours. We used to share it with next door, and it used to be stored on a big, massive hook on the kitchen. You know, an outside toilet. But again, there was a big 6-foot wall, and Prince could scale that. I don't know how he did it. He was like a fucking cat. It managed to get on the wall and then put his paws very, very nimbly in front of him, climb onto the outside toilet roof, right? Jump onto the kitchen roof, and then moan about trying to get down. Okay, now, but everyone knew everyone on that street. Everyone, you know, we'd play with all the other kids on the street. All the parents knew everyone, you know. Now you can go up to some random stranger in the street, right? And you've got a 50-50 chance, maybe being very, very, very generous with that, of saying, what's the first and second name of your neighbour to your left? And so many people won't be able to do that because people have it's because of what's happened on a societal level over the last 5 years. It's turned a lot of people into hermits and turned a lot of people into recluses. And although I have 2 of those elements about me, you know, I still thrive around good people. I thrive, you know, and it's mad because I'm not. What is it when you've got people that are quite inward and not very outgoing? Help me out, guys. I know you know. StreamYard, sorry. I think it's called not Streamlabs. That's another app. Oh. Yeah, I think I could try something like that further down the line, just to make it a little bit more interactive, you know? If anyone's kind of got the balls to sort of, you know, so there's 3 other people on the screen and we can all communicate with each other and swap ideas around and have a little bit of a laugh and bounce off each other a little bit. It's something to consider further down the line, you know? Because I do think this is like a lovely little marketplace where people can just come and just chill and type whatever and ask me whatever, and I'll give you my opinion on stuff. But yeah, if I end up having to have some sort of digital ID in order for me to access YouTube, for example, I'm a man of principle, you know, and I've thought about all of that really detailed, you know, and I think for me it's as start as you mean to go on, and buy myself a month, maybe 3 months tops, to get a few of these sidelines up and running, just so I can subsidise my food, because it'll all be done for food. Because they're going to be more. We all know these digital IDs are going to become more and more restrictive, right? So it will come up just like WeChat. You know, it will come up saying you want to send money to this account that I will have given you, for example, right? And and it'll basically turn around and say, you're not authorized to loan this amount of money this month to anyone. You know, that might not happen. You know, that might not be one of the denials, but there will be denials. You know, we all know that a digital ID is the next step towards a CBDC, which will then lead to complete and total financial slavery. So you've got to start thinking outside the box, you know, start honing skills or learning new skills that you think a post-democratic world would function from, and a normal world, whilst you're still living in it, live in parallel. Does that make sense? So me making tinctures and making supplements and stuff like that, you know, I'm trying to perfect that now, because I will see that as a sideline that can see me through food, and that, so to the point where I can just replace some food that I've got with fresh food and rotate it, just by providing services to people, because they won't be able to send me money, because I won't have a bank. I probably won't have a bank account by then, or a bank account I can't access because I've not got a digital ID. You know. And do you know what? My local shop is a one-stop, right? Run by a Hindu guy called Raj. Amazing man, right? Love him. You know, he's got a smile that'll fucking light a room up. He's lovely. He's lovely. Oh, it's gone. Let's read a bit of this. Oh, good night, Annie. I'm sorry if I missed you there, darling. Sweet dreams, and I'll see you in the morning. We're going on a march tomorrow, right? So we've done the whole Britain First thing, and then we did the Britain First thing again, but in Birmingham, and then we went on the national strikes in Nottingham. And now there's a UKIP protest type thing going on in Nottingham tomorrow. So headed by its leader, you know. I do still think he's a bit wet behind the ears, if I'm honest. And I did say maybe a couple of years ago now that at all the parties, even though I have bigged up the Heritage Party, I have, because I think as much as David Curtin might be a little bit too extreme on the religion side of things, and he might take his foot off the pedal a little bit there, but I think his manifesto's absolutely spot on. It's just full of common sense. But there are so many people out there that have never fucking heard of the Heritage Party, never heard of it, let alone David Curtin, you know. Whereas UKIP has got a brand, it's got a brand name, right? So it's already recognised, and it did go through a period of time where it was also recognised as being slightly far right. So, and that's, as you know, that's never been the case. It's not far right, just right so far. That's it, you know. Thank you all. Finally got a new kitchen after the old one was gutted. Oh, I'm glad that's all sorted out. It's not nice living in limbo. I remember when our kitchen flooded and all of the laminate flooring and stuff, everything was ripped up, and we had 3 massive dehumidifiers in this room for about a week, just humming away, you know. And everything was upheaval, you know. You want to just be able to move around your kitchen, nice tidy kitchen, he says, and trying to, you know, crack on with stuff in a nice orderly fashion. When your house is thrown completely out of whack, I mean, you need to use your kitchen. But yeah, I hope it's everything that you hoped for. I really do, Joanna, because we're not talking chump change. I went with my friend last Friday to make her cat to get her the cat to the vet. The cat was put to sleep, heartbreaking. This is one thing I don't understand about vets, right? Is that, yeah, if it was severe enough to the point where it was, you know, it was going to happen within the next couple of days or something anyway, and your cat was suffering at the time, then fair enough, right? But a lot of medical advances have been made in veterinary care as well. So unless, again, you know, could it have been saved? On top of the fact that Big Pharma's got its crusty fucking fingers into animal medication now as well. Right fucking pain right across my stomach, and but normal pain, I think normal pain to a lot of people, what they would consider painful, I wouldn't. I've got quite a high threshold. Oh man. Anyway, yeah, I'm glad it works out for you, Joanna, and you know, you can just kind of settle back into it now. And I hope that it was done to the same quality as it was before, because they can bring shit in. Crap. The digital ID is the slavery system. Yes, it is. I will be having no part in one of many reasons why we moved to Lockfin. It means of the vine, beautiful, because it's plentiful. Perfect, mate. You know, I know you have some harsh winters up there, but you do get more or less the same amount of sunshine as England does, you know. So if you can propagate the right amount of soil and you've got enough spare land, and then just grow so much shit, and then what you need to, and then you can keep the rest in your loft over winter, you know, away from pests. And yeah, make loads and loads of fermented vegetables and dehydrate bananas while she can get older, and you know, stuff like that. But not many of us have got the luxury of having that amount of space. I mean, people look at this garden here and they think, oh, it's fucking massive, you could live off that. Nah, you know, it's nearly all slabs still, 2/3 of it. I've just utilised the bottom of the garden and planted a few things in pots and stuff. That's it. But I will definitely be going down the guerrilla gardening route next year, 100%. I just need to gather as many decent seeds as I can get, you know. Again, I need to sign up to this Facebook, try and maybe open an account for this, for our little tribe, so you can communicate with me through Facebook. Well, I don't really use it that much, you know, but to set up some, or have a look to see if there are any existing local seed swapping people around, because I'm telling you guys, you know, just even if you're living in a flat, right, just think about the seeds you can buy, think about the seeds you can accommodate, and then think about the fact that you could get them to germinate and get them like 4 or 5 inches tall, and then sell them off for £1, £2, you know. Factor in the cost of your composting, your tub, you know, your little pot, maybe even £3. You're still giving them stuff that's got a head start, unlike these fucking tobacco seeds, which are still unbelievably tiny. So initially, when I sent off for those plugs that didn't turn out to be proper tobacco plugs, more ornamental, I was gutted, you know. So I ended up getting loads of seeds in. But I've got about 400. I had about 450. I've probably still got about half of that now. But Michael gave me this. So this is one of Michael's plugs. So those tiny little green things that are growing upstairs, where the leaf system is like that at its best, right? Once you can get more than one leaf going, then you can plant them up, right? But you've got to protect them from winter. Now I've got a massive head start. That's doubled in size, so 100% bigger than it was when Michael gave it me, right? So in theory, over the next week or so, left in the right conditions, it should double again. So I should get some tobacco from this by the end of the year. And again, growing your own tobacco, it's, I know you can't eat it, right? But imagine people meeting their ration trapped in the digital system, right? You've had your ration for this month, sir. You can't buy any more tobacco. We all know this is coming, right? And that's where you come in. But you've got to deal with people through a third party, so no one knows where you live, you know, and make it worth their while, and provide backup if it's needed. Oh, there's so much to say, so much to think about. There are so many options, but tobacco is going to be like gold dust, you know. And I'm aiming to try and get as many plants in here as I possibly can during winter, so I can try and keep as many as I can going. And but by that time, I'm hoping that I will have had by the end of this growing season, I'm hoping that if I can get any plants to this size, I'll start putting notices in shop windows and post office windows saying amber leaf tobacco plants for sale, grow your own, save a fortune, no additives. That'll be it. Such a simple thing, right? Now, to any smoker, right, who is on the bones of his arse, where he's thinking, because I'm so skint, I wanted a fag last night, I ended up breaking open fag knobs that I'd put out and discarded, to get enough tobacco together to make another cigarette made from that's got additives and all manner of shit in there. So anyone that's a smoker that's been in that sort of scenario, if they see a sign like that, you know, £5 each or £10 each, but you have to bring your own tub. So it would be a no-brainer. A no-brainer. As long as they look after the plants, that's it. That's tobacco for themselves sorted. But then, you know, there's a downside to that as well. You take away people's cigarettes, right, and place them in stress, they get more stressy, and they can end up getting the job done a lot quicker, you know. I just think tobacco is a no-brainer, and I will be selling some of these plants on, and people will buy them. They will buy them. I need to put a little sign out there now to say I've got some beautiful ornamental tobacco plants for sale, £5 each. Please bring your own pot, right? And they are beautiful. The flowers on them are beautiful, and the bees love them. So, but they're fucking useless to me. I need those pots, and getting a bit of extra cash would be nice. So I think I need to set up a Facebook page, and then a few little ads in a few shop windows, and drum up all future business through word of mouth, all of it, because that's what matters. So yeah, Joanna, yeah, you know, I had Prince die in my arms at 7, and then Sky. You see, Sky was a border terrier, right? But looking at this, I can imagine some of you picturing me walking down the street with an extended lead attached to this old friend of mine, with ribbons in her hair, and me wearing fucking lycra because she looks so unmanly. But as a warrior dog, she was incredible, absolutely fearless. And she ended up with a heart condition that they couldn't figure out. So all of the pet insurance that we had, that ran out. Then we started getting thousands of pounds into debt, and they were still no further forward in telling us what was actually causing the problem. So we just ran out of money, you know. And as a result of that, we were left with one option, because we couldn't see her suffer anymore. But because she was my shadow, you know, she did the Yorkshire 3 Peaks with me, you know, for every single one of my strides. It was like 6, 7 to her. And she fucking did it. She did it because I trained her. I put her through her paces. She was an amazing, amazing dog. Amazing. And I insisted that I held her whilst they put her to sleep. So that's 2 losses of 2 best friends. And then I take into account good friends that I've lost to suicide, you know. Again, you know, this is not a woe is me video or live. this is just an example of how you can overcome stuff, you know. Some stuff takes a lot longer to overcome, a hell of a lot longer. But you got to have some really, really fucking horrific moments happen to you. And I know statistically most of you guys will have had, you know, but you can turn it into strength. It does toughen you up. Mentally, it toughens you right up, or you go the other way. Again, you either become a statistic, you know, or something in the middle. So yeah, those two dogs meant the absolute world to me, you know. And but I wouldn't change a thing, because it was sad, and he died in loving arms, Prince, and Sky did, in loving arms, you know. I would love to die in loving arms. I would. That I could have reworded that better, you know. If I am dying, I would like to have my final few minutes or hour or whatever in the arms of someone that loved me. I think that's a better way of putting it. Where are we? We are more closely linked than you think, T. My daughter lives just down the road in Beeston. What the fuck? You see, you know, so someone mentioned to me for the first time, oh, it's a synchronicity. And I had no idea what it was. And at the time, it was quite a long time ago. At the time, I wasn't really interested in pursuing conversation with that particular person at the time. I had somewhere to go. I remember it well. And yeah, the way that a synchronicity was explained to me, this is reminiscent of that. Far too many. And Lisa Sheridan, she's not been in the chat for a while, right? So Lisa Sheridan, she went out with a guy whose uncle was Irish, and he lived in Clifton on South Church Drive, which is where my dad lives. And I lived for about 4 or 5 months. You know, you start looking at all of these interconnected details, right, and start adding them up. It's quite difficult to put that down to a mathematical coincidence, because the odds start to get higher and higher and higher. Look at the size of this channel, right? It's got 1,926 people that have clicked that subscribe button, right? Now, oh, fucking hell, where was I going with that? Yes, yeah, right. Now, there are a lot of people from all over the world, you know. There was a lovely lady from Israel. I'm not going to mention her username, but she's an Israeli woman, and she's not been in touch for a while. And I'm a little bit gutted that she might feel like I'm attacking Jews and Israel, and that's not the case, right? So if she gets to watch this, and I'll get back on topic. If she gets to watch this, just, there are loads and loads of people in this country that haven't got a clue about what horrible, horrific things our government and are forcing our soldiers to do in whatever country, You know, we've got no idea. So that makes us innocent. You know, we're just guilty by association by the countries that are being oppressed by us. So, yeah. So synchronicities are kind of like, well, that's one. When you start looking at like 1 in 500,000, and then 1 in like 1,000,000, and then 1 in 5 million, you know, and these things start happening on a regular basis. But yeah, going back to this Israeli member of our little tribe I've not heard from for a while, I've got massive issues with Netanyahu and his foot soldiers. They're doing despicable, terrible, horrible things, and it's not right. It's not right. And there is a massive Zionist occupation of every single Western government, and this is a fact, you know. So, but that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone in Israel is complicit with what's happening. You know, most of them are going to be fed the same sort of media that the people that live around us are being fed. You know, this is the news. It must be true because this is the news. You know, having that critical thinking mindset just fucking hammered out of them for decades and decades and decades. Hey, David, I'm going to go for a wee drinky. Is that Lulu Shiraz? Oh my God, how you doing, sweetheart? Yes, I will be there. Yeah. Oh yeah. I was something I was going to mention tonight. See if anyone else was interested. Probably a bit late now, you know, because I don't think any of the 12 people that are listening now are from anywhere nearby, you know. But I'm going, and Annie's going. But you know, there's a few people I asked at the last minute, and they can't do it. Well, that should be interesting because one of the things about UKIP is that UKIP's a brand now. You know, it's been going for a while, and it's always been viewed as right. You know, and then it's gone through its moments where it's been deemed as far right because anything that is not anything because we're full of common sense, that makes us a danger, you know. So anyway, so UKIP's inherited this history, right? It's a brand name. But I don't know if anyone can remember, I said a couple of years ago that the Heritage Party would be honourable, and they're you know, I do believe that he would stick to his guns. I do think he's an integral man, you know, and the manifesto is just full of common sense. But I turned around and said, look, if there was going to be a party that could rise right to the top, because hardly anyone's heard of David Curtin or the Heritage Party, you know, and it's not being shared enough. And even then, it won't make a difference. We're not having another general election. It's not happening. So I mentioned UKIP because it's already established. I said, but I did specifically say with the right leadership, right? And to me, he comes across as a little bit wet behind the tabs, you know. And again, we should not be asking for permission to protest. And you know, if the police turn up, they turn up, you know. But it won't be us starting any fights. It's the lunatic left. So we don't need to be asking permission to protest. Oh, fuck me. They're literally both at it. Both drinking at the same time. Oh, that's so loud. Fucking hell. Where does it go? Oh, good girl. Yeah, so synchronicities, amazing, mind-blowing. No scientific explanation for it. When something goes beyond reasonable odds, then it must be more than it's going beyond coincidence territory, you know, territory. So yeah, Lulu. Anyway, right round the fucking block again because I'm good at that, you know. Oh well, what I am the Wizard of Waffle, you know. I'm telling you, and the Wizard of Waffle is the wizard. No, I don't want to put awful. Fucking hell, no. Off there, that's not God. That doesn't work. The Wizard of Waffle is what I'm going to call my my tinctures range, you know, because I think it's got a nice ring to it, and it's born of the channel. Anyway, yes, Lulu, I will be there tomorrow, sharpish, and be nice to see you down there. You know, I think you've still got my number. Yeah, if you want to meet up, I think there's only me and Annie going. If you want to meet up, yeah, let's meet up. Yeah, it's been a while. Last time I saw you was in Nuneaton. I didn't see you at the Birmingham one, but if you can make it, it'll be nice. Where are we? The vet was so kind and said the cat had 48 hours at the most. The thing is, Joanna, you don't look. There would have been a point where so many people turned round, or where so many people had a GP turn around and say, look, don't worry about COVID. I've got this jab that's safe and effective, right? We now know that was a lie. So it's such a cop-out more with vets, because your little male cat, female cat, male dog, little female dog, same with rats, whatever, you know. If they could understand English and they could speak, you know, they'd go, actually, Daddy, what he's just said is not what's wrong with me. You know, I can survive this. I just need some antibiotics, you know. But no, the vets were like, oh, I don't think we're going to be able to make any more long-term money out of this dog, so let's just fuck it off, make room for another one. Because one of the most common things that most people do when they grieve for their dog is try and fill that hole with another puppy, which is more money for the vets. That's how they work. Everything's psychological now, everything. Which is why we have to keep our heads on a swivel constantly, you know, whilst being able to chill out, you know, taking time out. And again, it's still, people still forget to listen to music. Just listen to music. It will lift you back up and it will recharge your batteries, you know, even if it's in headphones. I mean, I've stopped wearing the whole Bluetooth things now, because as convenient as they are, because I'm not getting caught up on shit, you know, and snapping out my ear because I've just got it caught in a fucking kitchen drawer, cables all over the place. It does my head in. But it is better for you, because those speakers have got magnets in there, just magnets, and sound amplification on a tiny, tiny, weeny little speaker. That's it. But it's based on magnetism. you know, and mammalian and, well, not just mammalian, but any aquatic life and bird life, and any mammal deep down has got some sort of built-in compass, you know. It knows north from south, east from west ish. It's just been bred out of us. You don't want to learn about this, you need to learn about this. So yeah, that's so impressive. That was, yeah. Night, I'm exhausted. Good night, Joanna. If I've not said good night already, we are going to have a wee chat about the tobacco. As far as I know, it doesn't regrow. You have to grow fee seed every year. Oh, fuck me. Hence pollinating them. So get shed load of seeds. I've got a shed load of seeds, mate. Do you know, on reflection, right, it would lead you down the path of thinking, why the fuck is everyone not doing this? Why is everyone not doing this? But then you've got these ornamental tobacco plants. Apparently you can smoke them, but it's not really, you know, it's like, that smells like burned camel shit. You know, you're supposed to enjoy a drag, you know. So, yeah, that's you know, how long are the seeds viable for? You know, usually it's 2-3 years at a bit of a push. You might make a pack of 100 seeds. You know, 10% of them semi-viable if you kept them in the fridge for about 4 years. You know, it's not good because we haven't got the right sort of containment facilities for it. Which is why we need to start, you know, these seed swapping escapades. I mean, if I can, oh yeah. So if they die, so they're an annual then. What is it when they just grow and then they fucking die? That's it. You need to plant another one, like cucumber plants. You know, it doesn't turn into a cucumber tree. You know, which I would love that. I would love a cucumber tree. So I would just climb up the cucumber tree, pick myself some cucumbers, come down, get them down me because they're all pH balanced. You know, gets you all pH balanced. Yeah, I clearly need to do a lot more research now, because maybe if I've got a pack of, say, 250 seeds, right, and these things are so small, they're like flecks of dust. You know, they are like dust. I'm shocked that I managed to get anything to fucking grow from these things. They're so small. But if you can get, so statistically, there should be female and male plants in amongst those seeds. And again, when you think about statistics, if you look at human beings, it's approximately 50% men, 50% women. And that balance works out throughout nature generally, right? So there should be a 50-50 chance of getting female and male tobacco plants from amber leaf seeds. And if that's if that is so, then all I need to do is use cotton buds to go from the stigma, from the stigma, which is like the male plant's cock. So basically you're wiping sperm off the cock of a plant and then rubbing it onto the flower of the the female plant. And then hopefully that will then go to seed. Then I can collect the seeds and keep going. I reckon, look, as much of a little side swipe as that was, because I'm thinking, I can just keep these plants going for the rest of my life and I'm fucking sorted. I'll be a tobacco baron, you know. I'll have my own island in the middle of a river. 4 foot by 4 foot. I think I can figure the science out behind this, because anything that I'm enthusiastic about, I throw 110% into it, you know. And this has got me interested. It just needs some tweaking, I believe. Where are we? I've lived in Clifton for about 10 years, back in the Crusader pubs. Oh my God, yeah. Oh, mate, in Clifton, there's still. So I ended up inadvertently going to a pub that I'd not been to for decades with my dad, and it was one of the ones that didn't get as much sort of flew through traffic, but packed. It was packed on a Friday and Saturday night, you know, and a Sunday dinner. But it was an old school, proper old school pub, you know, like wipe your feet on the way out, right? And I just said, should we go in here, Dad? You know, 'cause I know where I'm from. I'm from proper poor working class. And I remember where I'm from. And I feel comfortable around pubs like that, you know? No matter how rough they are, don't bother me. I feel at home there. Because that's where I'm from. But whilst we were in there, anyway, so we set the pool table up. We had a pint each. It was red hot outside. And there was just shoplifter after shoplifter after shoplifter going into this fucking pub saying, how much can you give me for these? You know, and he was paranoid about me, because I think he was a bit paranoid about me, not my dad. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But anyway, I ended up buying some stuff off him, you know. So you've got young lads going out there shoplifting and then going into the pubs and selling them there. And that's what they used to do when I was a kid, you know. We'd be in one of my mum's local pubs and people would come in saying, do you want some steak? We got any without any maggots on it? Another top up. Old school. You can't beat that. Bob Hunter. I don't recognise the name, mate. So welcome to the chat, and thank you for spending some time with us. Can I please have my freedom, please, government? You shower of shites. I don't think anyone could put that. In fact, I think a few people could have made a better job of that. But I admire your enthusiasm for your disdain towards our current political system, and you are not alone. We have all the time in the world. I love that song. Was it Louis Armstrong who sang "We Have All the Time in the World"? Right, and it was to a film. Bear with me. It was to a James Bond film. He played James Bond once. I can't remember what his name is now. So James Bond, out of all of the films and out of all of the actors that have played James Bond over the years, he's only fallen in love twice, and both times they died. And then they decided, right, we don't want any more white masculine toxicity, you know. We don't want anyone white and masculine. So they've got rid of all of us off the telly, all of the adverts. I mean, right? All adverts, all mixed race couples, right? You might see the occasional gammon in the background who looks nothing like me, you know, big, massive porker, massive, you know, just sat there eating donuts in the background. And that's the representation that we're getting now for the people, the indigenous people of this country. Complete and total underrepresentation of our race in our own country, which is a white country. Again, you know, I've not got anything against anyone that wants to come over here and graft and sort of blend in. And whilst you're blending in, share your culture with us, you know, but you don't come in all guns blazing and thinking we're taking over, you know, because that's not fucking happening. So, yeah, it's just this whole toxic masculinity thing. It's a fucking ridiculous joke, because I've mentioned a couple of times now, right, that men generally love women that have got lots of really, really feminine traits. You know, whether it's their voice, their body, the way they walk, the things that they like, dislike, their opinions on things, the way they carry themselves. You know, blokes love feminine women. They fucking love them. Any decent man would love a feminine woman, right? Because men are attracted to everything that's opposite to a man, you know, and women are generally attracted to everything that's opposite to a woman. Although bisexualism is more common in women than it is in men, you know, and that's a fact. I've fucking forgotten where I was going again. Does my head in. Yeah. So they decided to kill James Bond off once and for all, right? That's the end of you looking forward to the next James Bond film. You know, there was loads of little, you know, subliminal shit in there, you know, that I've also picked up elsewhere. So I think once you're aware of this sort of stuff, then it makes it easier. It makes it easier to watch it, because you can ignore what you know is there and try and enjoy the rest of the film. But no, they couldn't just kill James Bond off, right? Who is a perfect example of a quintessential masculine gentleman, right? These are all the things that women love in a man, right? So this just goes killing James Bond off and replacing James Bond with a black lesbian, right? That's it. That's the end of James Bond as being this full package for women, you know. But one thing that the people that deal with advertising just haven't taken into account is that so many of us can see that now. They want to push us into a race war. That's what they want to do, right? But I do think they want to try and get as many of our fighting age young men and women out of the country first, so that they can't stay and hold the line, so to speak. So even though it's not being shown on mainstream TV, there aren't any half decent examples of good, strong male role models that are white. The British Bullshit Corporation's been the British Bullshit Corporation since its inception. So why believe anything on there now? You know, there are plenty of alpha males out there, you know, plenty of proper British men out there that are way more pissed off than they were, especially our ex-squaddies going over there to fight Afghanis that wanted to kill them, and some of them did kill some of their friends, to come over to England to see Afghanis walking our streets, and Afghanis that have lost family members in combat, that hate the British. You know, there are over 5,000 people on the terror watch list in this country. Over 5,000. So you imagine if they haven't already, you imagine if they kind of create sleeper cells of, say, 50. So 50, 500 divided by 50, is that right? Would that lead to 50? Even if it led to 5. Please tell me, my maths is shit, right? So that would still lead to a significant amount of groups dotted around all over the UK, perfectly, precisely placed, you know? We just need to be smarter than them, and that's not hard. It's not hard. So I went online earlier on. I did go through Google. I feel just as guilty when I say I went through Google. The same guilt as when I do a prep food shop haul and I go, I paid on card. It's the same guilt, right? But according to the response that you get back from Google, a dog, an average dog, has an IQ of about 100, right? Even though it's very difficult to quantify that because they don't think like we do, right? But there have been several people that have arrived at that as a ballpoint kind of figure of a dog's version of IQ is about 100. So one of us as a human, an IQ of about 100, that's all right, you know, but just different. So then you take into account that a lot of these invaders fuck their first cousins, right? Which means that the gene pool implodes, and they end up with people with learning disabilities, stillbirths more than any other culture. Yeah, the list goes on. So you imagine lots of retired soldiers, right, all coming together to help to protect their communities, right? This is not me advocating for violence. This is me advocating for common sense and looking after our own, which is a normal thing to do. So you'll have your average Joe like me, and then you would have lots of trained people as well. That's quite significant, because I don't know what my IQ is, and I know it's not low, and that's not an ego thing. I think if my IQ was low, I don't think I'd have anyone watching me or listening to what I'm saying right now. So there are loads and loads of people like me that have an average of a much higher IQ than the enemy, right? So you take that into account and take into account that we're hearing news headline after news story, after more rape, after more murder, after more beatings, more stabbings, more shootings. It's madness. And then you've got the grooming gangs. They've only just touched on that. They're not going to dig any deeper than that. They're like, hold on, it's what it's like. The whole grooming gangs inquiry. Let me give you an analogy, right? So the digging, right? This is the inquiry. Oh dear, this is bad. Oh, this is really fucking bad. And they're digging and digging and digging, right, into something that's been suppressed for years. And they keep digging, and then they hit the coffin. And the coffin is the solution, right? It's like, right, everyone out the grave, let's chuck the soil back in. Because in that coffin are the names of God knows how many Labour members of Parliament, God knows how many members of the Conservatives, you know, that have been involved, that have gone up there, been involved in it, actively involved in it, and not in a way that was meant to deter and remove it. So they're only going to dig so deep, because there'll be the freedom of information requests that have been sent out. So many of them have been illegally sent back, right? But we do know of quite a few that are involved, and whistleblowers are coming forward, and ex-victims are coming forward. You know, they're standing their ground. This is going to be a whole can of worms opening, because there are bizarre estimates of how many girls were involved in these Pakistani grooming gangs, right? There were white ones as well, right? There were, and other cultures, but the vast majority were Pakistani men. So statistically, you would start to think, well, it's in their culture. And if it's in their culture, it's not fucking mixing with ours very well, you know? So now you've got good young lads in their sort of mid-30s to mid-20s to mid-30s, all going out patrolling the streets of certain towns and cities in Ireland. And I think something like that will start to happen here. I think there's going to be a lot of things happening here. So it's going to be sort of, oh, no, it doesn't matter. I think you've all got an imagination, right? People are starting to come together. People have got a common goal, and we're a solution-based species, and we're an arm of that species that are generally, historically, pretty smart. So smart, angry, and hard. That's what we are. But again, we've got to take our time. We've got to keep waking people up. We can't stop doing that. It is a duty. It is. You don't have to put loads and loads and loads of effort in, but it's always worth it when you see that spark in someone's eyes. I've only seen it about 3 or 4 times over the last 5 years. Anyone else that was convinced, I'd convinced them before, they were trying to roll out the jabs. I'd convinced them already. But I'm on about fresh souls saved. A handful. But when you see that glimmer of light in their eyes, that's the reward. That's the reward. Waking someone else up. It's a massive reward. It is to me. Because again, the butterfly effect. You don't know how far this is going to travel. Especially if it's aimed at people that are starting to come around. That were from a proper educated background. When I say educated, I mean that term very fucking loosely, the indoctrinated background. Because there'll be loads and loads of people like us that rebelled at school, and because for our own reasons, because we probably didn't fit, or we didn't really kind of think it was for us. We weren't really learning anything. We didn't really apply ourselves to much, apart from the odd subject like art, like I said, art, music. Other than that, we just kind of bit by bit, as we got further into our teens and late teens, before leaving school, we just became less disenchanted. Fucking hell. We've become less and less disenfranchised. Can someone put a round of applause emoji up? Because I got there in the end. Yeah. Let me read a bit of this. At one point, Clifton was the biggest housing estate in Europe. That's right. Yeah, that's right. And when my car is functioning, I go down there, and I've been going down there for, like I said, I used to live down there for a while. And that was when Sally slowly started to move in with me. And I had to travel from there to Long Eaton to get to work. And it was. I'd look around, and it was just, you'd see the odd black guy, the odd Hindu, Sikh. You'd see the odd one knocking about, just doing whatever, getting on with life. When I lived there, and that was 20 years ago. Now it's being infiltrated. So again, you've hit the nail on the head there with it being, most houses in Clifton are still social housing. They're still not privately owned, they're rented. So I'm hearing of lots of people now being kicked out of their houses to make room for illegal immigrants to move in. Moving out of their rented flats and their rented houses to make room for them. You should check out xXx. You should, if you're not on there already. And I think the same. I've got the same name. I think Rose Hippie Guy on there as well. I've only got one account. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Lulu, and I will look out for you. I might give you a bell after a little while just to see if we can hone in on you, but it'll be nice. Lulu Shrez, she does citizen journalism. She's done some nice marches, and she was with us on the Nuneaton march. But I didn't see her at the Birmingham one. If you're pollinate, yeah, one plant, get enough seeds to last you a lifetime. Yeah, but that's the problem, David. They won't last a lifetime. They're only viable for a certain period of time. From the seed being fresh from the plant to germination, guaranteed germination. That seed's got a life. It's got a shelf life. So it's going to be a case of pollinating them forever. If what you're saying is true, I've not looked into it. But yeah. Be my second year growing. Once in final pot, don't need to feed again, just water. Dead easy to grow. Yeah, that's what I've learned about that. This is what I'm saying. I was hoping that they would be like self-replicating in some way, that like they lose their seeds, like any other plant. Berry bushes. Birds come along, eat a few berries, fly around for a bit. Oh, I fucking love flying, me, right? And then they just have a good shit in midair, land on your date's fringe whilst you're in the middle of a deep conversation. That happened about 25 years ago. And the seeds are deposited in manure. So yeah, I'm a tobacco growing virgin, and to me it's going to be worth all the effort, because if I have a fag now and then, I know that it won't have any additives in it. I know that I will have watched that from this big grow to this big fucking thing, and I'll take from it with respect, and then make sure that I cure it properly and just master the art of it. And if I have to keep pollinating female plants to produce more, to get more seeds, because I'm going to need seeds, keep getting seeds. And I don't know anyone that's got that's growing, again, female sunflower. You should get loads of seeds off that. Right, bear with me. The heat does wipe them out a little bit. Oh, Fook Me. That's the name of the other Chinese takeaway up the road. Fook Me. I've just noticed the time, and I've got Annie coming around in the morning to pick me up in her car, so we can go to this this UKIP march. Like I said, I think his intentions are good, but I think his political experience is nominal. I think similar to the t-shirt that Annie got me, you know, where you start off from scruffy bastard, you got these lines going across to a point where you end up going all the way down and you reach wizard level, right? I just think he's a little bit of a wet blanket, you know. He's asking for. We should never have to ask for permission to protest, because that's not a proper protest. Then, if it's organised, you know, it should be something that's done off the cuff, which then makes it more difficult for that to happen, because we've got things like the 77th Brigade in place, which are monitoring lots and lots of calls and data and texts and all sorts, you know, and getting their intelligence from there. So yeah, it's gonna be down to eventually. It's gonna be down to people just meeting up in person and just leaving the phones in the car, just communicate, you know. But I don't think Mark's got right. You know that I think Nigel Farage is a cunt, right? And I've never changed my mind on that. I've never gone, actually, I might have been wrong. No, because I knew I was right. So he put the party on the map, right? And that takes some doing to get someone to put a political. It did more of a job of getting UKIP on the map in a fraction of the time of David Curtin trying to get the Heritage Party on, you know, into the public sphere. So again, with it being an existing brand, but it doesn't matter. I'm telling you now, we are not going to see a conventional general election. It's not going to happen, because there are still people out there that are probably coming around, you know, and they're thinking, well, reform got in locally. These are people that just they've got no comprehension as to how politics works, you know. And why would they? I never used to be when I was in my 20s, 30s. You know, politics is boring, you know. But a lot of these people who are kind of biting on reform, which have been proven to be shit. They've been proven now, you know. I just wish people would have listened to me 2 years ago. They're a cunt of a party, part of a tri-party. It's them, the Blues, and the Reds. And Farage is all part of that, you know. He's a political stooge. He's just there to give you an illusion of change, an illusion of choice. So I did say that UKIP had the potential, but then even then, We've got 9,000 people that have come through in the last 8 days. You know, you add all this shit up, and this is summertime. It's like, oh, Katanga, my friend. This cruise that we are taking from France to England is very pleasant. It's a very pleasant night. It's very, very warm, and we're getting the nice to cool us down. We're getting the nice fresh spray from the ocean from going from France to England in this nice big beautiful dinghy, you know, because we know that we have got somewhere safe to save, and we can live, and we won't need to work anymore. We can just live off the state and the taxpayer. So just enjoy the ride, brothers. Sit back and feel the sun on your face, because it is summer. So you imagine like thousands and thousands of men arriving on a daily basis, because they've upped the ante. Thousands of men, right? So that's going to mean, to some people, that's going to be, wow, we you know, that's something's got to be done soon, because we're just going to be so fucking swamped. Well, Ireland already is, and look what's happening over there. And Ireland's swamped, you know. At least in England, we're able to sort of spread it out. They are able to spread it out up north, across the Midlands, across down south. Maybe leave Devon and Cornwall alone, because it's, you know, it's a bit too far away. We'll stick to creating more and more division and anger in the main populations of the poorest places in England, you know. And as a result of that, we can't sustain that amount of people coming to us every single day, right? And to anyone that out there that still thinks reform is worth its weight in shit, you know, that's 3.5 years away, and they're coming in thousands a day. So I did say earlier on, I wasn't very good at maths, you know. My skills lay in other areas like yours do. But I'm pretty fucking sure that that will be one hell of a fucking mess by the time the next general election would be due. So things need to be done, and they need to be done now. Pollinate. I pollinated my cat and got a wombat cat with 3 tails and 6 feet and 3 heads. And I can tell you new, Bob. I'm a white working class man, 64. I love my cat and I love my country. I am right. Am I a right wing racist? No, you're not, mate. You're a patriot. And anyone that tries to kind of push some sort of shitty label on you, or anyone that tries to tell you otherwise, just fuck them off, mate. Just fuck them off. You know, if you're sincere in what you've just put, then just stay on that path, mate, because it's the right one. You know, there's nothing wrong with wanting to protect your country and protect people that want to live in the country, that love the country, and they love the country for the people that are in the country. You know, it flow. But then you inject a culture that is so, again, massive chunks of it are just being copied from the Bible, you know. So let's just say, in theory, right? Just trying to play it a little bit safe here, right? Which isn't like me. So just say they've all been fucking each other's first cousins for the last millennia and a half, right? That's gonna have an effect further down the line, you know, genetically. I've gone on about plants. I've gone on about insects, all sorts, and especially humans, right? We pass DNA on to our young, right? And we just pass it on. It's like code, right? So imagine just low IQ being passed on to low IQ, being passed on to low IQ, being passed on to low IQ. You know? So but this war is being fought on many fronts now. And just being distracted by something fucking Trump said yesterday. This is all circus. That's all circus. Learning to train your eyes to be in the direction of where they need to be, when they need to be looking, is going to be imperative. So give it a go, you know. I'm going to read the last of these comments, and then I'm gonna hit the sack, because I want to be feeling quite fresh tomorrow at this March, because I do think UKIP probably command a bigger audience. I was going to say following. I don't follow anyone. I follow myself. So with UKIP being a more well-recognized political status symbol, I've got a feeling there'll be a lot more supporters there, and then people just from the street joining in, because they recognise the sign UKIP, and they recognise that there are problems with a lot of people coming into the country and causing a lot of problems, and families that have been here for years in Rotherham and various other places, Bradford, and the list goes on and on, where it's just a cultural thing, you know. It's forgiven within their own faith. It's forgiven because they're just white. And then there are certain elements of the Jewish Orthodox, you know. Have a read through some excerpts in there about killing Christians, and this is why I've steered well clear of religion. But I would definitely be prepared to fight to get good, strong Christian values back into this country again, because it worked. It suited us. But time will tell. You know, I can't. There are people going out now, and I don't condone this. You know, who the fuck do you think you are, going around setting these fucking 5G masts on fire to the point where they're completely inoperable? You know, sort yourself out. You know, who do you think you are? A saviour? People are popping up left, right, centre from the shadows and moving forward. You know, this is fifth dimensional, or fifth. So we went from sticks, stones, and maybe fucking not crossbows, but just what are they called? Where you pull it and you've got a stone in it and you let it go and it's. We've gone from that to having space-based laser systems and so much more other mad shit, you know, anti-gravity technology, stealth technology, potential cloaking technology, you know, fifth generation. This is fifth generation warfare now. So in order to when you start to realize that the fifth generation warfare is partly aimed at you, then you need to start thinking outside of the box, because the fifth generation weaponry is also outside the box. So if you want to survive it, you have to keep researching, you know. There are so many people coming up with so many solutions to so many problems in regards to moving forward and trying to ensure that a proper revolution takes place, and anyone that's not been accepting of our nation will be deported. Where to? Personally, I would pick France, because we've been sending them billions and billions to take them. But we all know that it's all money laundering. It is what it is, you know. But again, not everyone's looking. We're looking. Where are we? A white working class man, yeah. But no, you're not racist. King Jeremy Clarkson. Again, it does do a lot. You know, it does a lot for show, and yeah, actually, maybe he was one of the fallen, you know, from mainstream media, and did wake up a lot of people as to what farmers actually really have to go through, and how much they need to grow, how much they need to produce in order for them to make a profit, you know. And he put that across, made it very clear. Look, these are the maths, these are the sums. It's fucking ridiculous, you know. So anyone who watched that, asleep or otherwise, will have had, you know, he definitely would have had an insight into the farming world. But then on one of these marches, I'm pretty sure he was bought off. I don't know. Anyway, I've got seeds I pollinate of various things, 20 years old, kept in the fridge. Wow. Right. Well, do you know what, David? That reminds me of the, you know, the Norwegian seed vault. I think there's going to be more than just a few fucking, you know, seeds in there. I think there's going to be seeds and eggs, but then I don't think they've quite mastered the art of cryostasis. But you're right, there have been seeds that have managed to survive thousands of years, thousands. So yeah, you've took me from like sinking down into a bit of a tobacco fucking, you know, sadness sponge, right? Into actually, you know, that's all right. 20 years, you know, considering the seeds you get like, you can't count them. They're that small. But I can get a lot of plants going each year. And this is, look, prepping is about creating a buffer zone for yourself, right? Now that buffer zone is going to be limited, because you've only got a certain length of time before you run out of food, or you run out of water, and you end up becoming part of the system again. So you need to try and last in as many ways possible. Try and last right to the end of the fight back, for the complete and total disengagement from Parliament. When I say disengagement, I mean they will have. I think justice will have been served by then. But we're quite a way off that, you know, quite a way. Even though at the moment, I mean, all you need to do is just look at the fact that Starmer's only been in power for a few months, just a few months, and look at the damage he's done already in a few months. You imagine 4 years. So the current political system as it stands is not fit for purpose, and more and more and more and more people are seeing that, you know, and all of these harsh measures that he's made, and all of the promises he's gone back on, which was actually he went back on every single one of them. So any of the fucking retard Labour supporters out there now are going to be thinking, I'm such a cunt. And you deserve it. You deserve it for being a twat, you know, for not at least using your own. You see, discernment is, you know, our future is so fucking uncertain. It is, and it's not, right? It is by way of changes coming, no matter what. No matter what, it's coming. Massive societal change. Like history, biblical fucking change is coming in our lifetime. But how it changes and what it changes to, we've got the power to be able to get involved with that. So we just need to keep building the numbers up, you know, and staying informed. But remembering to take time out, listen to a bit of drum and bass, have a bit of a dance around the garden, you know, just chill out a little bit. Make sure you recharge your batteries. It's very important. You know, music's done that. I've not listened to this much music over the space of the last week than I had in 6 months before that. And I've come to realise the power of music does lift your vibrations up. And I'm not getting all fucking hippie and woo with you. Vibrations are vibrations. It lifts you up, you know. So music, just listen to some music, stuff that you've not listened to for ages that you loved, you know. Write down a track list and then just listen to them all, one after the other, and you'll feel the magic. You will. It will help you. Music is fantastic, a fantastic coping mechanism. Perfect. And it's safer than that, you know, and safer than these. So, thanks for joining us, Bob Hunter. It was nice to make your acquaintance. And I am going to be signing off now because I do need a good night's kip. It's going to be roasting tomorrow. I'm not going to take the girls with me because it's UKIP. They usually try and match the opposition. Oh, most of these fucking morons are just they're white middle class snivelling shitweevils. They haven't got a clue. They haven't got a clue what they're doing. It's the agitators that keep them going because they're weak. So I'm going to shut shop, and next week I'll get my phone screen fixed so I can start doing some form of content again for the channel, other than just live streams, and live streams that don't really cover that much prepping wise. Not much. We talk about sort of current world events and stuff like that, which again, that's equally as important if we're connected to it, which we are. So yeah, no fear back at you, David, and no fear to any of the 10 people that are watching me right now. No fear. You know, I've said before, it doesn't do you any favors. All it does is it makes it worse. You know, you wouldn't sit there with really, really bad acid reflux and then eat 10 cheeseburgers, you know? So don't let fear in whatsoever, because it's counterproductive. It's utterly pointless, you know? And, you know, if you're ever feeling low or anything, just email me, or start talking to people that you trust and that you care about and that care about you. You know, start talking. We need to continue to communicate. It's important. So on that note, I will, don't be a stranger, Bob Hunter, and thank you for your lovely comments, and welcome to our little tribe. Much love to everyone, and if I get some footage tomorrow of anything kicking off, then I'll upload it. Obviously, I'm not going down there to make things kick off. I'm just going down there to show solidarity and my love and conviction to my country. And anyone that's an opposite to that is an enemy, and they always will be. They always will be. They don't belong here. They don't fucking know how good they've had it. So, but yeah, if I don't get nicked, which I won't, I'll post some footage off from tomorrow's march. But I need to go and get my head down. This is a very, very long drawn. I don't like goodbyes, you see. But on that note, as always, I would like to thank you for your time. I know I say that every time, but it is valuable, and thank you for spending it with me. Much love, and I'll speak to you soon. Ciao for now.